Chronicles with your host, Chonicles.
Selector, rewind.
Welcome to the Jehovih Chronicles with your host, Chonicles.
That's right. That's right. Right back at it like I left something. It's your hostess with the most. Just on fire like toast is Cosmoni. Stepping back in from the etheric heavens. You dig what I'm talking about with another fire boy. You dig what I'm talking about? This is Jehovih Chronicles number 124. We moving right along, y'all. We at 124. You dig what I'm talking about? This is called the Pan. This is called Pan. And the Atlantis Lumerian Mythos. Atlantis and Lumerian Mythos, and how they tie directly to the sunken continent of Pan. You know what I mean? We're going to give it a little bit for everybody to come in, but in the meantime, y'all hit that like button. Go ahead and share the live with your friends and family. You dig what I'm talking about? And the live can be shared on your streaming platforms or whatever you may use. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to everybody in the house. Who we got up in here? My Ema has always been better than your Ema. Mahala ya naturals in the house. You dig what I'm talking about? Salih bin Ya says shalom and peace to the family. That's right. Peace to you, fam. America. Throwing that peace up there. Love, light, and peace to you, sister. My OG. Always been better than your OG. Nakamaya. Mabarak. You dig what I'm talking about? Peace, love, light to everyone in the chat. That's my OG right there. You dig what I'm talking about? When you want to know where I get it from, well, then we'll, say hello. You dig what I'm talking about? Hello. Bishop X in the house. False God killers. Yeah, it's OG 4 horsemen right here, Cosmon. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to Bishop X. Representing their FGK all day. Who else we got up in here? You dig what I'm talking about? Who else coming up in here? Who else we got up in here? We got C-Law, up in this piece. Yeah. You say, you just got through finishing the last live from last night. That's what's up. That's what's up. Who else we got up in here? That's C-La Shalom up in here. You got my OG has always been better than your OG. It just is what it is. This is one of my OGs, David Long, right out here. Peace to the Creator gang, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Peace to all the righteous gods. David Long say peace to the brother Cosmon Cal. That's right, man. I see y'all, man. But look, I ain't gonna keep it hold it up no longer. You know what I mean? While y'all coming in, man, wipe y'all feet. Who we got up in here? You know what? I've been seeing this sister everywhere. She been making noise. Shout out to you, Sharice the Realist, man. If y'all don't know, y'all go over there and like and sub and share at Sharice the Realist. She been popping up something everywhere and been dropping heavy game. If this is you, Sharice, same one that's been, going around tearing up these YouTube streets in the last couple days, right? That is you, right? Or somebody got a name just like yours. No, that's you. That's you. No, that's you. I knew it was you. That's right. His sister on fire. Y'all show her some love. You did what I'm talking about. She part of the gang. She over here showing love, man. You already know what it is. We got your back. Who we got up in here? Elizabeth Reva. Hi, Ray. What up, Ray? Shout out to Ray. Ray be in here faithfully. That's my dog. She's so crazy, love. And she asks great questions. Who else up in here? Fritz Foxwell. You dig what I'm talking about? I keep telling y'all, man, my OGs is just better than your OGs. You can feel however you want to feel about it, but Fritz Foxwell got something else to say about it. You dig what I'm talking about? Sharice, the really, she say, oh, there, thank you. No, thank you. Bringing that light to the sisters, man. The sisters always seem to catch on a little quicker or sooner. The women catch on to that light, a lot sooner. I believe that they got a little something, little extra closer to the creator in them. You dig what I'm talking about? That allows them to catch on, you know what I mean? Just a little bit quicker. We got E. Ham up in the house, man. Eric Hamilton up in the house throwing them vortexes up. You dig what I'm talking about? You dig what I'm saying? Peace to you, bro. You dig what I'm saying? He be up in here. I'll be seeing Eric Hamilton coming through. You know what I mean? We gonna have some builds where and if y'all want to, we can. I'll try to shorten this up. Your brother long-winded though, but I'll try to shorten this up as much as possible, man. The link is at the top of the chat. You dig what I'm talking about? Pinned at the top. Y'all want to come on in, man, while we running, but I don't want to make this too long, so I want to keep this cracking. You dig what I'm talking about? We're gonna keep this cracking. Y'all hit that like button, thumb up the video. Make sure this is also another thing. When you subscribe to the channel, hit the button again and go to all. Hit the all button so you can get all notifications through and stuff. They be shadow banning your boy. You dig what I'm talking about? But we slowly but surely growing around here, man. You dig what I'm saying? We surely but surely growing. Peace to all the Algonquin tribes. You know what I mean? All the indigenous, all the Essenes, the Nazarenes, the Ebionites, and all Israelites. You dig what I'm talking about? Peace to the Vedic people. You know what I mean? Peace to my people over there in China. Peace to those of the Ainu iron stock, or what they even might call the Jomo stock over there in Japan. Peace to the Lapps in Siberia and Russia. You dig what I'm talking about? Peace to all the folks all the way around the world. You dig what I'm talking about? Get on back here to Great Guatemala, the land of the four crossings. You dig what I'm talking about? Well, today we just gonna build a little bit on Pan, the great sunken continent of the Pacific. And this is why we're gonna make the connection of Pan-Atlantis and Lemuria and explain the mythos of Atlantis and Lemuria, right in the story of Pan. So we ain't gonna keep you too much longer on this. Let's get to this video. I like to lay down a little, little visuals, little background information. This is from Robert Siffer. If y'all not up on Robert Safir, y'all better get up on this brother. He do a lot of in-depth studies on the spiritual world and the esoteric and occult. Man, listen, this is a deep brother, man. And don't y'all let that skin get in your way from actually gaining information, light, and power. And with no more further ado, man, this is 124. Pan and the Atlantis Lumerian connection. Let's go.
Plato's accounts of Atlantis are found in the dialogues Critias and Timaeus, where he describes it as a large island situated somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean, located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which are believed to be the Strait of Gibraltar. Plato claims the legend was passed down by the Egyptians, who said Atlantis had fertile land, implying that they knew of agriculture during the Pleistocene. The capital city of Atlantis was described as a series of concentric circles of land and water, alternating in layers, with the royal palace situated at the center, with a temple dedicated to the god Poseidon on a hill. The well-designed layout of the city was said to be crisscrossed with canals and waterways, facilitating transportation and trade within the island, as well as an irrigation system. If true, this points to a sophisticated knowledge of mathematics, geometry, and mechanics to build these structures. These water systems were likely designed to provide both practical benefits and aesthetic beauty to the city, and believed to be a testament to the advanced planning and engineering skills of the Atlanteans, who were portrayed as a highly advanced civilization with sophisticated architecture, engineering, urban planning, and military prowess. Atlantis was said to be adorned with magnificent buildings made of precious metals and stones. These structures were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also served practical purposes, such as governmental administration, education, and religious worship. The capital city was also well defended, with fortifications such as walls and moats protecting it from external threats. The strategic placement of these defenses suggests an advanced understanding of military tactics and architecture. Religious structures played a significant role in Atlantis, with temple complexes dedicated to various deities. These temples were likely adorned with intricate carvings, statues, and other artistic embellishments, showcasing the spiritual beliefs of the Atlantean people. Quote, "Now in this island of Atlantis there existed a confederation of kings, of great and marvelous power, which held sway over all the island, and over many other islands also, and parts of the continent. And, moreover, of the lands here within the straits, they ruled over Libya as far as Egypt, and over Europe as far as Tuscany." And over Europe, and parts of the continent.
A lot of people probably didn't catch this. What is wrong with my camera? Why is it blacked out like that? What's wrong with my camera? I don't know why my camera blacked out like that. But let me do it like that. Right? Throw something up there. Look what it say. Now, in this island of Atlantis, right? Because my theory, honestly, to you is, and I will just put this out and then I'll go into it in another further build probably tomorrow, is, you know, a lot of people say that they believe Atlantis is over there or in the Atlantic. I don't believe so at all. first of all, America is the land of the Atoll, A-T-L, Atoll, right? In America, the Atoll here is roughly 22,000 years old, all by itself. You dig what I'm saying? So America itself is the land of the Atoll, right? And so the land of, or Antis, or south of Atoll, you dig what I'm saying? I believe that, in short, that Atlantis is Mexico City. I'll go show why I believe Atlantis is Mexico City, and I don't think Atlantis sunk. I think Atlantis rose up above the waters. You dig what I'm saying? And it dried up. But another thing is that they say that, and moreover, of the lands within the straits, they never take, now they say they always try to tell you that these are the Straits of Gibraltar, but I'm telling you, these are the Straits of the Caribbean. And the land was much lower, because there was a time when you could walk directly from Florida into the Caribbean islands, all the way over down into Haiti and Hispaniola, right? And if we could take into account that these are the true pillars in, the land of Atoll, and even today, the isle chains act as a barrier, and is the greatest reef and bay in the world, right off Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas area. That's the greatest bay in the world, right? And got a hidden one in Florida, down in Tampa Bay. But with that understanding that Atlantis may be in America, I'm not saying it is, but I'm sure it is, right? To my belief, right? And of the lands here within the straits, they ruled over Libya. Libya's in Africa, right? So if they right there in the Mediterranean, they would be inside of the Straits of Gibraltar, and they wouldn't talk about it as it was such a far away, unknown, entity, right? Well, that's simply because the ideal is coming west to east. And they are saying these people from the land of the Atoll ruled as far as Libya and Egypt. And it's just funny that we find the whole lunar sky calendar of the Mayans, right, and the Aztecs and the Olmecs in ancient Egypt, right? Interesting. So this is just one of the ideas, of why anciently they would be talking, if they were already over there in the land of Africa or whatever, or even near it, right? They wouldn't talk about of the lands here within the straits, right? And they ruled over as Libya and as far as Egypt, and over to Europe as far as Tuscany, right? They wouldn't be talking about it if it was already over on that side of the planet, but it's not. Let's keep going, though. Let's see what Robert Seffer be breaking down, man. I just wanted y'all to know that the story is being told from west to east. Check out the direction of the speech in the text.
And, moreover, of the lands here within the straits, they ruled over Libya as far as Egypt and over Europe as far as Tuscany. Despite their advancements, the Atlanteans became morally corrupt and arrogant. They engaged in imperialistic ventures, seeking to conquer other lands and expand their dominion. Their hubris eventually led to their downfall. Quote, "For many generations, as long as the divine nature lasted in them, they were obedient to the laws and well affectioned towards the God whose seed they were, for they possessed true and in every way great spirits. However, over time, the Atlanteans became corrupt. When the divine portion began to fade away and became diluted too often and too much with the mortal admixture, and the human nature got the upper hand, they then, being unable to bear their fortune, behaved unseemly, and to him who had an eye to see, grew visibly debased. Atlantis met its demise and a cataclysmic end, sinking into the ocean in a single day and night. This catastrophic destruction was seen as a punishment from the gods for the Atlantean moral decay and hubris. There occurred portentous earthquakes and floods, and one grievous day and night befell them, when the whole body of your warriors was swallowed up by the earth, and the island of Atlantis, in like manner, was swallowed up by the sea. Some survivors of the destruction of Atlantis were said to have fled to other lands, dispersing their knowledge and culture. The memory of Atlantis and its demise was passed down through generations, inspiring speculation and fascination. Of course, this fascination has continued up until present time, with researchers such as Heinrich Schliemann making archaeological discoveries found in Greek mythology, such as the mythical city of Troy. That said, the German government of the 20th century spent considerable money and resources conducting anthropological research at the highest level, trying to discover whether humanity did indeed once have a global, seafaring civilization that met its demise from war and global cataclysms. The organization that conducted this research for Germany between 1935 and 1945 was called Ahnenerbe, which was composed of scholars and scientists from a broad range of academic disciplines that fostered the idea that the German people descended from the remnants of this ancient Atlantean culture, who, during the Holocene, were historically documented as the Aryans. In 1981, an interview was conducted with the general of the
crazy part is in the Book of Radiance, they explain who the false god was that inspired people like Hitler to this so-called Aryan theory. Oh yeah, your God didn't explain that this was a false idea? Or didn't you perceive that it was false? The whole thing that white people could be more dominant than anybody? Don't you see why Germany failed? Now bounce back off your tax dollar, but that's a whole nother thing. But we talking about this society that is raising the people up, even with with ancient knowledge. You dig what I'm talking about? But just being used in a negative way, or in a way of declension instead of a way of ascension. And yet, nonetheless, it's all powerful. Watch this.
Waffen SS and liaison to the Fuhrer during World War II, Karl Wolff. He believed that the stories of the Bible were in fact, to a large degree, hijacked or stolen, and in actuality were about a demographic.
Hey, Faithers, if y'all know, or if you believe that many of the stories of the Bible were hijacked and retold and rewritten from much older texts, hit me with a 1 in the chat. Hit me with a 1 in the chat if you know or you believe that biblical text or the tales in the Bible come from older texts that are now being rewritten in the biblical way. If you know that, hit me with a 1 in the chat. We're going to keep going.
Which descended from Atlantean ancestors and eventually gave rise to the Germanic and other related people, and that the German anthropologists, or Ahnenerbe, were trying to reclaim their identity, which many felt was covertly appropriated by a leftist sect that wanted to bring about a totalitarian, communist world empire. Was the Ahnenerbe sinister? I'm taught in school Ahnenerbe was to study dark magic to bring evil to the earth. The Ahnenerbe was nothing more than an organization that was like a museum. Those involved were dedicated to the study of Germanic history and the history of our people in relation to our origins. Those scholars in the Ahnenerbe had the whole world to study. Every idea and theory was looked into. Race was a main focus, investigating our early ancestors and where they have been. There were parts of the world where great cities and structures were built, but the people seemed to lack the intelligence for such endeavors. Every study that was done seemed to suggest the same outcome. A higher race of people settled in the areas of the world but did not last, and building lasting testaments to their culture that outlived them. The Ahnenerbe was, in a roundabout way, showing the area of Palestine, Persia, India, and parts of North Africa were concentrations of our people. Our ancestors colonized wherever they settled, building great things. Only one population on Earth has demonstrated the ability to do these things. I firmly believe the areas of the world now populated by other groups, such as Arabs, were in fact home to our people before many moved north into today's Europe. Many Germans belong to societies that study our past. Some look for other reasons for our existence.
Remember, this is their Aryan belief. This is them gassing themselves up. You dig what I'm talking about? In Aryan belief.
Than what the church taught.
Why do they believe that? Because the false god has tied things of other people to and revealed to these Germanic people. Now they believe that they these people. We got to remember it's already been revealed that Hitler was a clairvoyant and a medium. So it's not like this is even far-fetched. But this is where this is how they finding the history. It had been hidden so long and so old. How were they able to find the history? They have whole societies, like this Ambroom society, that go out together and piece together a history, in a sense, stolen or usurped. But let's keep going.
They believed that the earth was inhabited long ago by a special race of people who brought wisdom to the ancients that gave them an edge over other people.
True.
They spread all over the earth and built great civilizations that were wiped out by wars. It is interesting to me that now some scholars believe this could have happened. Rudolf Steiner was an Austrian philosopher that opposed the National Socialists. That said, he still subscribed to the same idea that the ancient Aryans originated from Atlantis, which he described as a spiritually advanced civilization that existed prior to recorded history. According to Steiner, the Atlanteans.
Cold part about Owaspy is we know the name of the god who inspired it. It's dope.
Possessed advanced spiritual knowledge, and after cataclysmic earth changes which submerged the island, Under rapidly melting glaciers, they survived and migrated from Atlantis to various parts of the world, carrying their spiritual wisdom and cultural heritage with them. He suggested that the Aryan influences could be found in ancient civilizations, such as those of India, Persia, or Iran, and Europe.
Now keep in mind, he talking about Panic people. He talking about Ions in different parts of the world. Go in Owaspy, you're gonna see that especially over there in India, Persia, in the Americas, you're gonna find people that carry the title Ara, A-R-A, Ara. We even had a great prophet in America named Ara, which today Arizona is named after. We're going to keep going.
Steiner viewed the Aryans as cultural bearers who contributed to the development of human civilization through their spiritual insights, artistic achievements, and social structures. He believed that their legacy could be seen in the languages, religions, and cultural traditions and revered symbols of different societies on both sides of the Atlantic, such as the swastika or the cross. According to his teachings, there have been several root races that have inhabited the earth successively, each with its own.
Now, if you take that understanding, root race understanding, right, and you apply that to the era we are currently in, we are in the 7th era, right? Every man has 8 levels of vortexia, and then he goes into extinction. He starts to depopulate up on the planet. The same time that the planet is becoming unlivable. So it all works together. If we take into account that we are today in the Cosmon era, since 1848 have entered the 7th era, meaning we commonly today are a new breed of human. We're a new type and are going to, in this 7th iteration, which will go on for the next, or era, which will go on for the next 12,000 years. An era is 12,000 years, right? And the last time that the era change was the 6th era, and what happened on Earth at that time? The introduction of cosmogony, cosmology, and science was entered into the world. 6,000 years later, we got pyramids. 6,000 years later, we entering into the Cosmon era. Exactly, 1848. So now we're in the 176th year of the Cosmon era of 2024. And the light is turning up. We are a new type of man, bred for this time from the old stuff, right? But it's how you use what you got to get what you want that actually matters. You dig what I'm saying? So it's not who, it's how. So once we get past the colorism and all that stuff, man, this stuff just opens up. And then you can make these connections like this. Check out Robert Sofer, Esoteric Secrets of Atlantis.
Unique characteristics and spiritual qualities. This concept is mirrored before him in the work of Helena Blavatsky, founder of the Theosophical Society and a prominent figure in the spiritual and esoteric movements of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, offering her own interpretation of Atlantis and its sinking, which incorporated elements of Eastern religions, ancient mythologies, and occult teachings. According to Blavatsky, the Atlanteans possessed psychic abilities and had a deep understanding of the hidden forces of nature, and suggested that the sinking of Atlantis was the result of a combination of moral degeneration and misuse of spiritual and scientific knowledge, leading to catastrophic consequences and plunging the advanced demographic of humanity back into the Stone Age. In Blavatsky's
Right, to
view,
an extent.
the sinking of Atlantis was not merely a physical event, but also a spiritual one. She claimed that Atlantis was located in the Atlantic Ocean
Wrong.
and was the origin of Cro-Magnon man, the first fully modern Homo sapien.
Wrong.
With a prominent chin,
We're going to show,
no protruding brow ridge.
we're going to show Blavatsky was super wrong. It's in the whole other way. It's not in the Atlantic. It's in the Pacific. And don't get caught up by the scientific terms. Homo sapien, people go lose their mind. Homo sapien just means upright. It means thinking, wise man. That's what you are. So essentially what they're saying is, since people like you been on the planet, don't let it throw you off. And then also with the Cro-Magnon, we have an understanding of the Cro-Magnon also, what they call Cro-Magnon. These people didn't call themselves Cro-Magnon. Cro-Magnon is a time, right, that they put these people in, right? Not the actual people. So it wouldn't matter to modern science if you was in Africa, India, Asia, or America. But if you are a human living on the planet at this certain time, they're going to call you Cro-Magnon, right? So we can't get caught up in the titles neither. You know what I mean? Let's keep going.
High forehead and round skull shape. Of course, mainstream anthropologists cannot place their origin. The origin is not there anymore. It sank or was submerged at the close of the Ice Age. DNA sequencing has shown Cro-Magnon, which populated Europe roughly 35,000 years ago, to be anatomically and genetically identical to modern Europeans. That said, they had a larger cranial capacity than the modern average, and if the myths, legends, and secret societies are to be believed, also were the custodians of a higher spiritual understanding or technology that has been lost or hidden from us today. According to certain mystery schools, all human races have access to higher esoteric functions of consciousness, which lay dormant in most people, in large part due to a mismanagement of their own vital energetic resources. By harnessing instead of squandering this natural life force energy, which is known by many names such as chi, ki, prana, or vril, people are able to activate atrophied abilities, in particular in relation to the pineal gland, that allows a person to gain greater awareness of their higher self and interconnectedness to all life and the universe around them. While this may sound like New Age pseudoscience to some, this spiritual understanding is what led to many of the German scientific breakthroughs before and during World War II, as research into consciousness revealed that, in fact, the universe is indeed interconnected, and what many consider as merely psychic, subjective phenomena, the Germans were able to translate into workable material technology, which allegedly is not the first time that such technology was used on this planet.
In the heart of Bremen, in northern Germany, stands an extraordinary building. Completed in 1931, House Atlantis was designed as an institute for the study of Atlantis and the Aryan superrace. The building's facade was
And the
originally
Aryan
adorned by a
superrace.
large wooden sculpture
Right?
depicting the Nordic
Don't
god
trip.
Odin
You're
crucified
going to
on
find
the Tree
out
of
that
Life.
this so-called Aryans are mound
Inside
builders.
House Atlantis,
Uh-oh.
an astonishing
All the
stairwell
way in Europe,
built of
Cosmon,
glass
you
and
better
steel
believe it.
it may evoke the Aryan exodus from Atlantis.
All the way in Atlantis, you
At the
better
top,
believe it.
the visitor enters a mysterious room. This was to be the teaching forum of Herman Wirth.
Herman Wirth was quite fascinated by the idea of finding Atlantis. His idea was that this Atlantis was not somewhere in the Mediterranean or something like that, but in the North Atlantic region. And in his idea, in Atlantis, 20 to 25,000 years ago, a Nordic race was created that was to control and influence the development of mankind to a strong degree.
In 1935, Himmler
Now you gotta
joins forces
understand
with
that
Wirth
this
to
swastika
establish the Ahnenerbe,
is
an
not
elite
European.
SS unit.
This is not European. First of all, this is the sign of the creator.
Consisting of archaeologists, scientists,
They
and
call
historians.
it a swastika or a sign of the sun. You dig what I'm talking about at these times? But we see the same thing in the Americas. It's the sign of the sun. What they are repurposing for the understanding of the swastika with its Nazi tie has nothing to do with its original symbolism, which actually is a sign of the name of all creation, or hence creator, but it's not the name without the leaf, right? Or the living part. But it is all physical, seen and unseen creation. That's what that actually means. See the cross up here? See this? In the swastika, they bring it this way. Boom, 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 boom. Or they rock it back this way. Boom, 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 boom. As the swastika. But they went and got this understanding from the Vedics in Egypt. In India, in ancient Hindustan, and ancient Vindu. They got this from the ancient Brahmin system, called the Vedas.
Himmler joins forces with Wirth to establish the Ahnenerbe, an elite SS unit consisting of archaeologists, scientists, and historians. Their mission? To search the sacred sites of the world for evidence that the Aryans of Atlantis were not mythological. Himmler wants proof they actually existed. Himmler sends Ahnenerbe teams across the world to hunt for...
The funny part is he was trying to prove racial superiority, and what he ended up proving was ancient racial stocks, right? And he showed what we know today is he started proving the iron, right? The people who go on to repopulate the world. In biblical understanding, these would be your Ham, Shem, and Japhet. In Owaspy, they are called Ham, Shem, Japhet, Yista, and Gautama. 5 parts, not 3. You dig what I'm talking about? Not 3 parts of a 5-part story, but 5 parts of a 5-part story. And these are the so-called, quote unquote, sons that go on to repopulate certain parts of the earth, right? But we're gonna get into that. Let's go a little further with this. But what he ended up proving was that these people that he is called Aryans, and he's not per se wrong for calling them that. We see in the text they even hint towards that name, but we're just revealing in 2024 that it's not these white folks from Germany. We exposing them that it's not you, bruh, from down there in hot ass Hindustan. Nah, it's not you, bruh. But we understand also how the understanding got there. You don't really even get that understanding till you start to look into history and then ask yourself, how do the Indian gods get to Rome? Look in Rome. You see the same gods from an earlier time in India and also Asia, who now, let's say during Alexander's time, are represented in Rome. How? How did that Triton get from India all the way to Rome? Huh? Nobody ever went and explained that, but we're going to make that tie. And we're going to understand that this is a people he ended up proving that ancient mound builder stock.
Proof of the German people's Aryan origins.
A tall, blonde, blue-eyed race lived on the island called Atlantis. They were lofty, educated artists, as well as incomparable warriors.
Hold on. Don't lose your
and
top.
And they were brave.
Don't lose your top. When they say blonde hair, blue eyes, don't go crazy. Oh my God! These is European white folks. Oh, Cosmo, what are you doing? Don't lose your mind. We gonna show you, right? Why they had white skin, but Cosmo gonna let you know already. I'm gonna peel the band-aid back a little bit. These ancient folks is you. Black, so-called blacker man. Negro. We gonna show you that these pale, quote-unquote, white folks is you. And don't you dare toot your nose up. Because you've been telling everybody since you could tell somebody that white folks was bred up out of you. Don't you got stories of Yakub and all that stuff you so proud of? Yeah, now own it. But I'm going to show you why.
Only the brave could have survived the floods. The people of Atlantis were the source
and I'm gonna show
of all
you,
art.
hold on, and I'm gonna make sure I show you it in your mythos. Somebody you know you is, who you saying today you are. Don't you say you Algonquin? Well, I'm going to show you white in your Algonquin. Flood mythos. Remember, skin color ain't got nothing to do with ethnicity, nationality, heritage, or culture. And then I'm going to go on to show you that these same people that is white is brown, red, shit, blue, black, purple, whatever you want to call it. They got all the colors. White is just one of them. And I'm going to just show you that's you. Let's get into this Panic history.
Art and science.
Mind you, we're 25,000 years ago. Let's go.
And they were the ancestors of the Germans.
While most things to do with the German National Socialists has been denounced after the war, the Ahnenerbe were not found guilty of any war crimes or wrongdoing, except for one member. All of the scientists and archaeologists that...
Y'all see how tricky the God was, though? He knew the people was pale, but these is Negroes. Come on, man. This is your Ma and your Ya. These your Mayas. Ancient Maya. These is your ancient Nagas. These is your ancient Ainu. Huh? These are your ancient Shi. On both sides. In Europe and in Mesoamerica. They both called Shi. Okay.
comprised the Ahnenerbe went on to prominent jobs as professors in the world-leading universities, with none of them serving any time in post-war captivity.
All members of the Ahnenerbe became important scholars.
So they tricked him. Oh, yeah, that's you. See, they white. We know it's niggas over here, but they white. Them white folks, you too. Well, I'm gonna show you they niggas. I'm gonna show you. And we still do it and produce it today. Uh-oh.
In the post-war period. And after only a very few years, most of these archaeologists became the heads of departments of new institutions. And it is an interesting aspect that one can't find pictures of SS Ahnenerbe archaeologists that wore uniforms within the literature. It is very difficult to get pictures of that.
Overlooked by the window of the room where Hitler wrote Mein Kampf. These events took place 50 or 60 years ago now, and it would be easy to dismiss Sievers and the scholars of the Ahnenerbe as a lunatic fringe. But that's not how they were seen by the Allied officers who interrogated them. Their report ends by saying this: "It cannot be too strongly emphasized that this was not a crackpot organization. And these were men of the highest caliber, professors from the leading universities, men of the caliber of the atom splitters and the V-bomb designers, engaged in a project to rewrite the record of the past in order to influence the future course of history."
Fair use for educational purposes only.
Of course, after any war, it's the winners that write the history, and the world's most intellectually competent and objectively qualified scientists have been replaced by the world's most academically corrupt and politically motivated.
Ooh-wee.
Most of my subscribers are familiar with Operation Paperclip, the secret US intelligence program in which thousands of German scientists, engineers, and technicians were given new identities by the US and employed after World War II, often in classified projects having to do with advanced technology, including a secret space program that used non-conventional anti-gravitic propulsion. What most people are not aware of, however, is Operation Asovakeum, a secret Russian operation where thousands of German scientists were taken from the Soviet-occupied territory of Berlin starting on May 2nd, 1945, and transported by rail to the USSR, including equipment related to the production of the V-2 rocket and other material from the Luftwaffe's Military Aviation Test Center. In other words, were it not for German scientists, not only would there not be a NASA, there would be no Sputnik or Soviet space program either. According to the SS officer Karl Wolff, who I quoted earlier, Germany lost the war because they were outnumbered, but their technological superiority was without dispute, especially in regards to covert or top secret projects. The Russian transfer of German scientists and technology was said to be much larger in scale than Operation Paperclip, including the Alsos mission, which was created in 1943 after the Allies invaded Italy, where German atomic nuclear resources were seized to be part of the Manhattan Project. In fact, there are those in the spiritual esoteric community that had insight and association with German occult secret societies, such as Swami Prabhupada, founder of the Hare Krishna movement, who was famously quoted as saying that the Americans did not invent the atomic bomb before the Germans did, but in fact stole it. In a lecture on November 20th, 1975, was quoted as saying, No, he knew it, everything, but he did not like to do it, he said. He was gentleman, but these people are not gentlemen. He knew it perfectly well. He said that, quote, I can smash the whole world, but I do not use that weapon. The Germans already discovered, but out of humanity, they did not use it. And all the Euro-American, other countries, they have stolen from German ideas, implying that there was a technology transfer as part of a secret agreement at the end of the war, which I will not elaborate on at this time, but insinuates that the Germans had technology that exceeded even atomic technology, which they did not want to fall into the hands of the Allies, which surpassed all publicly known technology used by NASA and was not limited to rockets, but allegedly included anti-gravitic technology that during the war was referred to as Foo Fighters, as well as saucer-shaped flying discs, which were reported as UFOs. What makes this technology so classified is not only its potential use as a military weapon, but the same mechanism which is said to make the disc-shaped craft levitate by creating its own gravitational field, presumably by bending space around it, is also the same force that can theoretically manipulate time itself. So while governments may or may not have faked aspects of the moon mission in a Hollywood studio, in actuality, they may already have technology that more closely resembles shows like Star Trek or Star Wars. In a recent episode called Antarctica Disclosure, I discussed alleged subterranean bases on Mars, as put forth by Haim Eshed, widely cited as the father of Israel's space program, who's responsible for the launch of 20 Israeli-made satellites into orbit. This former head of Israel's space program stated that various governments are already active in space, which he also claims is populated by advanced civilizations that are waiting for humanity to, quote, reach a stage where we will understand what space and spaceships are. What did he mean by this cryptic statement? In an occult context, it seems that he's giving an esoteric clue regarding what Einstein coined as space-time, that everything is connected to everything else, because there is no time. There's only the here and now, and everything is happening in the here and now, in this one place and time. And so our perception of space or distance and time is relative. The further one moves out from that infinite point of time and space, the more and greater is the appearance of separation. In other words, all things are interconnected, making it theoretically possible to transcend seemingly unimaginably vast distances
You see that
instantaneously
vortex?
with the right technology. Because of this model of reality, there's the concept known in the occult as synchronicity, which is the perception of coincidence, the coming together of incidents of time and space. And so, just maybe the sages and mystics were right, that if there's no such thing as time, which incidentally the ancients deified as Kronos or Saturn, then it follows that there's no such thing as coincidence either. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. My published
Shout out Robert Seffer. Shout out Robert Seffer. You dig what I'm talking about? But we gonna get off into some of this old waspy. You dig what I'm talking about? This is from the study of a waspy right here. Let's get it cranked up, man. Let's get some of this energy moving in here, man. Listen, if you in here and you gaining a little insight, you dig what I'm talking about? We learning about Atlantis so far. You dig what I'm saying? We gonna make the connections back to Pan. If you learn a little bit, man, and you want to go a little further, man, let's get this vortex moving, y'all. Put some vortexes in the chat. Let's get this thing moving real quick. Yeah, let's get this thing moving real quick. Yeah. Let's get that vortex moving a little bit, man. Get our minds and our bodies in the right place. Start breaking down some of this higher light. You dig what I'm talking about? Jaja good. See the vortex is coming in. All right. All right. This is from the Owaspy study of Owaspy, getting into Pan, the submerged continent of the Pacific Ocean. Right? The existence, let's go a little further. The existence of a vast submerged continent in the Pacific Ocean has been the subject of popular speculation since the writings of Churchward on the lost continent of Mu. But before Churchward's popular books were published in the first half of the 20th century, the existence of a continent that was sunk beneath the ocean. Hold on, let me get back over here, y'all. My bad. That was sunk beneath the ocean has been a part of myth and legend among ancient peoples in all continents of the world. The actual location of this long lost continent, its size, its inhabitants, and how it came to be sunk beneath the ocean has been revealed in the book Owaspy, the book of Earth, Sky, and Spirit, first published in 1882. But since the publication of this extraordinary revelation, evidence that supports the actual existence of such a continent in the location described in Owaspy has been discovered. So that alone right there is showing this is not only about revelation, but this is also about prophecy, because Owaspy then at that point, if these things are being proven and what it's saying, right, it becomes a primary source for the information that is contained in it. This is why we always tell people to read the book. You know what I mean? So you can get this information for yourself. Right? Because that it said it supports the actual existence of such a continent in the location described in Owaspy has been discovered. I'm gonna show you. This is your Algonquin flood mythos. Oh, you Aboriginal? Oh, but you don't know you got a flood myth? Didn't you praise the Great Spirit? Well, the Great Spirit said, all my people will remember the flood to the end of time. So where's yours? Oh, we got it. But the crazy part is the very first time it was written down in any text ever was in Owaspy. The Algonquins themselves hadn't even written it down to over 100 years after the Cosmine era, but shit, almost 60, 70, 75 years after Owaspy had already written it. And then we actually look at the Algonquin flood mythos, and it's word for word was in Owaspy. Word for word. We're going to get into it, right? They're saying you making this up, Cosmo. You doing too much right now. You boosting. You did what I'm talking about? You bogus on this one, Cosmine. You can't make this connection, Cosmine. But we ain't going to Atlantis. We going to the Pacific. Watch this. In this article, right, this what this evidence truly demonstrates, however, remains to be actualized among the general population of researchers and scientists. See, in this article and in two related articles that follow, some of that evidence will be examined for finding this great continent, which is now the floor of the Pacific, right? Such evidence was not yet discovered at the time of Owaspi's publishing. They didn't find this stuff out to the 2000s in many parts. Hold on one second. Let me go back up. I jumped too far. It says such evidence was not yet discovered at the time of Owaspi's publishing, and the technology used to discover the facts was not yet invented either. So how is Owaspi telling you what's going on? You had to be the person there, putting it in order. To know this much history. But watch this. Let's go prove the sunken continent of Pan. As geological scientists ponder and try to explain the nature of the earth and its makeup, the earth's crust beneath the Pacific Ocean with its underwater mountain ranges and deep trenches has been the subject of various scientific theories of plate tectonics. Since the recent unexpected discovery of a vast quantity of underground water in the lands around the Pacific Rim, enough to fill a large ocean. Did you know that in the Pacific Rim, specifically from southern China all the way up to the northern reaches of Siberia, there is a vast underground water that permeates the rock? Different from what's above it. And mind you, this is 700 so feet down in the ground. How did it get there when the rock above it doesn't have it? Right? If you're just finding out that there is a watch this. Since the recent unexpected discovery of a vast quantity of underground water in the lands around the Pacific, enough to fill a large ocean, geological scientists continue to attempt to explain the anomaly with plate tectonic theories. But the true cause and extent of the submergence remains a mystery. So they got water at depths under the ground permeating in rock that doesn't naturally hold water because it doesn't hold it above it, right? So they're trying to use plate tectonics to tell why this rock that doesn't normally let water permeate it, but it does here and in massive amounts and at a depth so great, right? When the rock for 700, 800 feet above it doesn't, which is the same rock, doesn't allow it to permeate. So now they got to try to explain it off. But the true cause and extent of the submergence remains a mystery to oceanographic scientists. The following reports extracted from the National Geographic news articles point to evidence that some extraordinary event caused an enormous quantity of water to find its way beneath the land surrounding the Pacific Ocean, in the very place where Owaspie describes the location of the huge sunken continent. Watch this. This is from the National Geographic News article from February 27th, 2007. All right. Let's move it over a little bit, just a little bit. A giant blob. Right. Now I want y'all to see where the water is pushed in at too, to the greatest extent. Look, correlating also, right? Correlating also with the Pacific Ring of Fire. Watch this. See where the water is? See where the areas where the water is on this deepest parts following this type of trend, the arc type of trend. Let me show y'all something. Watch this. Watch this. See the land being carved down. These is the Pacific Ring of Fire, right? Where you're going to see and find out that a continent that you can see it carved in the ground. Look, it's called the Pacific Plate. Look, the Pacific Plate. You're going to find out that this is a continent. That was once above the ground, that is now smashed into the ground. And look where the area, right out here, if the fire is down here, where was the water pushed to? Right into the land. Look, right out here. Remember, all the way out here, the water was forced into the land. Correlating right back with what we're seeing, where the water is being forced into the land, right? Start to make sense when you understand that a continent was sunken. That was above water is now below water. Now I want y'all to see how big the Pacific Plate is. Look at it. This is a tectonic plate. I want y'all to know that this is the bottom of the Pacific. All of this is down at the bottom. The deepest part is over here, which is called the Marianas Trench. But you're going to see, and True God is going to explain to you that he smashed this on purpose. 25,000 years ago, and instantly on that day, right? 24,000 years before the Cosmon era, right? On that day, we instantly went into the Laurentine Glacial Maximum, 22,553 BC. But hold on. Let's go see. Let's go see what they got to say. A giant blob of water the size of the Arctic Ocean has been discovered hundreds of miles beneath Eastern Asia, scientists report. The water is locked in moisture-retaining rocks 400 to 800 miles beneath the surface. It isn't an ocean. The water is a very low percentage of the rock, right? Probably less than 0.1% of the rock. But given the region's size, which is the Pacific, right? However, that's enough to add up to a vast amount of water. Y Session and former graduate student Jesse Lawrence discovered the damp spot by observing how seismic waves from distant earthquakes pass through the Earth's mantle. The wet zone, which runs from Indonesia, this is where it runs from, all the way from Indonesia to the northern tip of Russia, showed up as an area of relatively weak rock, causing the seismic waves to lose strength much more rapidly than elsewhere. Y Session believes that the water got there by the process of plate tectonics, in which sections of the Earth's crust shift, right? But this is at the bottom of the ocean, 800 feet beneath the sea. Well, how did that water get there? Right? And it's brittle, so meaning the water been forced through it. We're not claiming that he's wrong for screaming plate tectonics. That's what explains it. Until you understand the amount of force used and what was sunken, this is the best way I would try to explain it too. But I would even take it a step further to go and tell you that this is the start of plate tectonics. They really started moving 24,000 years ago. The Pacific Ocean was created by sinking a continent the size of 4 Africas. Let that sink in for a second. This process caused the ocean bottom to be pulled beneath continental plates all around the Pacific Rim. Now, the following explanation involves a new theory to try to explain this extraordinary discovery of such a vast quantity of underground water. Geologic researchers believe a cataclysm caused the subduction of an oceanic mountain ridge beneath the continental plate of Asia. With what? With who? With who? Japan, or the remnant of Pan. Ain't we talking about Pan? Acting as a stopper, preventing further subduction and maintaining stability. Subduction is when one continental plate goes up under another, right? And everywhere that happens, there is a mountain range. Okay? So remember that when you see mountain ranges above the water. Okay? Let's go down here a little further. This is from the National Geographic News article, October 24th, 2007. They say a cataclysm 50 million years ago. Right? If we know this cataclysm happened, let's just say roughly 25,000 years ago. But to fit their understanding of how the Earth works and these great times that they gotta have, because it doesn't fit into their theory of evolution, you know what I mean? You know, they gotta make up these great times to try to make what they selling make sense. So now we know an event happened 25,000 years ago. So how many times? Because see, if they're reckoning a thing that really happened 25,000 years ago as 50 million years ago, well then how many times does 25 go into 50 million, 25,000 go into 50 million, right? How many times does that divide into that? And we could take that as a base marker for how to understand other radiomic tests like carbon 12, carbon 14. They give us these wild ass dates, right? They give us these wild ass dates. So let's just say, hold on, let's go on. Let's hold on. Let's bring up a calculator real quick. Let's see if I can go grab a calculator real quick. All right. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, y'all. 1 second. My bad, y'all. Okay. We bring up a calculator right here, right? Because, see, we can start making sense of some of these crazy dates that they be applying to. So, how many times is 25,000 divided into 50? Is it? No, it's 5 million. 50 million. 50 million. 1, 2, 3 million. 1, 2, 3, 50 million. Right? Answer is let me see. Did I do that right? 50 million. That's 1,000. That's million. So basically, when we could do something like this. I hope y'all can see this, right? Let me see. Let me make sure y'all can see. Okay, this is 25,000 divided into 50 million. So basically, at every 25,000 years of, like, let's say a carbon 12, carbon 14 date, in actuality, it would be 2,000 years. So this is how you would make sense. Bro, Dominic Harriot, your device is not connected. You gotta come in, come back out, and it won't even let me let you on, man. So you got to come back and connect your mic and stuff up, bro. Okay. You can come back in, bro. You just got to connect your mic and all that stuff. People be pouring bomb and doing all type of crazy stuff. You dig what I'm saying? That'll be just, perfect. So, in, like, let's just say right here, right? When they gave this date of 50 million years, right? Of 50 million years, you would basically tie that in to make that make sense. You would tie that to every 25,000 years would be of the radiocarbon dating would be 2,000 actual years in the time of man in reality, right? So, and if you do the math, right, that's 25,000 years ago, right? When we saying it happened. So this might be a way to start judging some of these greater times when they telling you man was created all these thousands and millions of years. And I'm not debating that. I'm just saying in this iteration, I don't think we that old. But in the great history of the earth, yeah, we are that old. We've been on the earth over 14.2 million years, but that's not all in a row. The fruit that come in 2022 wasn't the same fruit that came back in 2023. Ain't gonna be the same fruit that hit the same apple tree in 2024. Them fruit from 2022 ain't gonna be the same in 2024. Right? And maybe we should start applying some of this stuff to these great, fantabulous times. And I bet you, if you apply 25,000, right, every 25,000 of the radiocarbon years to 2,000 and apply it as 2,000 years of actual Earth time, right? When you get back to times like the Cambrian explosion, all these millions and billions of years ago, you're going to find out that it's a little over 80, 90,000 years ago. Roughly 92 to 96,000 years ago. Tops. You dig what I'm talking about? 85,000 years ago. They telling you it's 250 million years ago, right? But if you learn to extrapolate time, just using a more logical, common sense way, you dig what I'm talking about? Because remember, they're not dating the actual man. They're dating the material around the person, right? But to bring that in actual time, to make that make more sense, right? You could apply this to some of them great numbers, man. If that was, you did what I'm talking about, that was a little cosmonian balance out there real quick for all my family out there. If you learned a little something, hit your cutting them with a 6 in the chat. Hit your cutting them with a 6 in the chat if you're learning a little something today. You dig what I'm talking about? Now, this is what they saying, that a cataclysm 50 million years ago, which we know happened exactly roughly 25,000 years ago, changed the face of the planet from the Hawaiian Islands to Antarctica, according to new research. The collapse of an underground mountain range in the Pacific Ocean turned Australia into a warm and sunny continent instead of a snowbound wasteland, and created some of the islands that dot the South Pacific today. Same thing we saying about Pan. As a matter of fact, Hawaii sits on top of Pan. And if you put Hawaii above the water, it would be the biggest mountain on the earth. Way bigger than Mount Everest. We have found that the destruction of an entire mid-ocean ridge known as the Izanagi Ridge initiated a chain reaction of geological events, said Joan Whitaker, a doctoral student at the University of Sydney School of Geosciences. Come on, talk to him, Doc. who led the research using geophysical data gathered by scientists from Australia and Russia. The team confirmed that the ridge plunged underneath a plate of the Earth's crust that stretches between the Korean Peninsula and Japan. The Japanese landmass then acted as a vast plug. What they don't know is that it was carved from Pan on purpose in the crack between the plates, changing their movement and rearranging the geography of the Pacific, the team found. But we have a description of something far more significant in Owaspie, the sinking of a vast continent. More evidence of such an event became available as technology developed undersea topographic mapping. This made it possible to examine the ocean floor of the Pacific, where indeed evidence supporting Owaspie's description of the continent of a great of the sinking, of the great continent can be recognized. Deep trenches which almost follow the same outline of the ancient continent shown on the map published in Owaspie in 1882, right? They're saying they're using brand new machinery, underground sonars, typographical mapping of the Pacific, and it matches directly to what was written in 1882 under inspiration and given to JBN and then published in Owaspie. Y'all think this man knew this? Ain't no way he knew none of this. He was just the vessel for the information to come through. Shout out to JBN, right? Because see, they got deep trenches which almost follow the same outline of the ancient continent shown in the map published in Owaspie and are clearly seen in modern day undersea maps. Clearly, maps of these details did not exist. Let me say it louder for the people in the back. This man didn't come up in his mind. There were no sources. People like to claim that he made it up from sources all across. He went across the world and got these sources. There were none that he could have drew a topographic map that matched what we can see in 2024. There were no sources of that in 1882. Maps of these details did not exist at the time of Owaspie's publishing, and apart from the deep trenches along the northern and western borders, the deep trench to the south and north of New Zealand, called the Tunga Kermadec Trench, begins a series of fracture zones called the Udintsev, Eltonin, the Challenger, where we find Marianas, right? Clipperton, Clarion, Molokai, Murray, and Mendocino. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. And you see that on the floor of the Pacific. It's carved up like a pizza. That stripe, the southeastern, and let's take a look at this. I'll read it. No, we're gonna show. We're just gonna keep going. Southeastern and northeastern Pacific in a wide arc. That stripe, the southeastern and northeastern Pacific, right, are in a wide arc. This arc follows the eastern contour of the outline of Pan as shown in Owaspie and ends in the Aleutian Trench in the far north. The fracture zones, the Utintsev and Eltonin that run along the eastern rise towards the west coast of South America differ in length and distance from each other compared to the more frequent fracture zones of the northeastern Pacific Basin between the ancient eastern coastline of Pan and the west coast of North America. These coasts were relatively close and would account for the fracture zones being so close together and more frequent along the whole length, indicating the kind of dislocation required to allow the submergence of the land on one side, with the land on the other side remaining attached. Boom. Hold on, let me go. Let me, so we can squeeze it in there real quick. All right, y'all, 1 second. Let me go back up. I lost my thing. Okay, here we go. All right, 1 second, y'all. All right, gotta move this thing real quick. 1 second, y'all. I gotta move this box. All right. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on. Hold on 1 second, y'all. All right, right back at it like I left something. Now, we can see the outline, right? And how the ocean floor maps of the Pacific Ocean outline mountain ranges, right? That correlate to the pre-flood map of the world in Owaspy. Now look what's going on in Africa. There's a whole inland sea all the way in the Sahara. There's a disconnection between Arabia and continental Africa. Look at the continent. You see the mountain ranges, the rivers, mountain ranges. See Australia. Look at North America. Look at this. Look how small Canada is. 3 islands. Look at this massive inland sea. All right. This will extend all the way damn near into Canada. This will be up in Wyoming. All under here, all this water. This is like Louisiana. The Mississippi would be right about here. Right? And the Mississippi would be dumping right here. So this would be parts of Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, New Mexico, all the way up into the plain region. Would have been the inland sea roughly 25,000 years ago by a map drawn in 1882. Now look, what we're going to find out is that this continent was carved, broken from the continental shelf itself and pushed beneath the waves. And we're going to see right here, Pan correlates directly to what we see as the Pacific plate today, right? Lining up perfectly. Watch this. Let's go a little further. Right? Now, this one is interesting. Watch this. Because we overlaid the maps, right? And everywhere they say that there is a map or mountain or something, guess what? There's one there exactly where the map says it was in Owaspy. Right? They laid it on top of each other. This is right. So they can show you the correlation of the two. Right? Everywhere that Owaspy says there's mountain ranges, seas, great trenches, all that stuff. It's everywhere. It's exactly where Owaspy says it is. And we look in real time today with our new technology and find out that Owaspy is exactly on point. Right? More evidence can be found in the topography, where the ancient continent lies beneath the Pacific Ocean. The Owaspy map shows Pan before it was submerged, indicates it had 2 long rivers, right? Their source and direction of flow. Hold on. 1 second. All right, I'm just making sure we can see this. Let's get back to this. All right. Let's go back up. All right. The Owaspy map, which shows Pan before it was submerged, indicates it had 2 long rivers, right? Hold on, let's go back up. It had 2 long rivers. This one here, all right? Boom, 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 boom. Running all the way down here. And this one here. Boom, 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 do, 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 do. Right where the Marianas is. It's crazy. But let's go down. Their source and direction of flow appear to be from the highlands to the sea. The Western River begins at the foothills of the arc of the Southwestern Range and fed by a major tributary from the Northwestern Range more than halfway along, leading to the sea in the area of 170 degrees north and 60 degrees east. Along the course of the river, there is a large circular lake east of the mountains where remnants are above sea level and are known as the islands in the vicinity of Taiwan, including the famous ruins near Okinawa. Right? So let's go back up a little bit. See what they're talking about. Talking about right down here. All right? And it's the Northwest Pacific Basin. And they're talking about in this area with a great lake fed east. Right? Of the mountain. Okay. All right. Let's go see. Can I be heard? If y'all can hear me, man, hit me with a 1 in the chat real quick. Hit me with a 1 in the chat. Make sure I can be heard. I seen somebody trying to dip in and out. Okay. Just making sure I can be heard. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to this. In the vicinity of Taiwan, including the famous undersea ruins near Okinawa, which are called what are they called? Yonaguni. The almost perfect circle of this lake is apparent in that position on the ocean floor map at 13 east and 155 north. A smaller lake to the northwest of the course of the river corresponds to the large low region known as the Northern Pacific Basin on the ocean floor map. That's interesting. Right? Because we see it. Northwest Pacific Basin. And this correlating directly with the basin. Wow. That's interesting. Let's tie it up some more. Cosmo. Let's go. The southeastern river appears to flow from a number of smaller rivers that spring from foothills, right? This is on the floor of the Pacific, y'all. The southeastern river appears to flow from a number of smaller rivers that spring from the foothills along the western side of the eastern highlands, which now exists as the Hawaiian Ridge, and reaches a large delta area that appears to run into the sea in what is now the vicinity of the Bismarck Arch, which is just east of the northeastern coast of New Guinea. There are various lakes which feed into the tributaries before joining to flow to the south west. This large lowland area can be seen on the ocean floor maps as the Central Pacific Basin. Let me see where we at. Let me go back up. The Central Pacific Basin. The Central Pacific Basin. Okay. All right. Watch this. Rivers have their beginnings in mountainous regions, and these mapped in the Owaspy map of Pan are clearly seen to correspond with the undersea mountain ridges of modern ocean floor maps. The lakes and lowland areas of the map of Pan correspond with the low areas between the undersea mountainous areas on the ocean floor maps. These areas were not mapped to any extent before 1977. Owaspy is dropping this info in 1882. It was written actually in 1881. How does it know? How is exactly on point with the highlands and the lowlands and know where the mountains is and know that there is a underwater river system? The remnants of it are still there today on the floor of the Pacific. How does it know? Okay. Here is validation that Owaspy's map of Pan contained information that would not be mapped as the topography of the ocean floor until more than 100 years afterward. Now, while scientists understand that a cataclysmic event had to occur to cause such great quantities of water to find their way into such vast areas of land, the actual event was far more than a collapse of an underwater mountain ridge, and not so long ago in the geophysical time. It was no less than the breaking of the Earth's crust around a vast continent, a vast ancient continent, and the mighty force, unexplainable in geophysical terms, brought to bear upon the land to push it down. Now, you imagine the amount of force it would take. And Owaspy goes on to tell you how much force it takes. We'll get into that a little further, right? Revealing that now this extraordinary event has been described in Owaspy. Have you ever tried to push a basketball beneath the water? It pushed back so much you could stand on it. Imagine trying to push a continent to the floor, to turn it literally to the Pacific, to the floor of the Pacific. This extraordinary event, right, has been described in Owaspy, revealing that the force to accomplish it was wielded by an advanced extraterrestrial, meaning a one-time human, just different, right? This is no, he's extra because he got more knowledge. He extra because he did. But this is a one-time living, breathing man, extraterrestrial being, or an Etherian god or goddess, right? Don't be spooked out, right? No more than 25,000 years ago, not no 50 million, 25,000. Known as what in ancient legends and scriptures as the flood. Let me reveal that again. In this extraordinary event has been described in Owaspy, revealing that the force to accomplish it was wielded by an advanced extraterrestrial being no more than 25,000 years ago. Known also in ancient legends and scriptures as the flood, every society on earth has this story. Let's go look in Owaspy. This is Owaspy, the book of Af, 10, 3 and 18, and 6, 1 through 8. And look what it says. And it says, I divided the line into sections. What's going on? He's about to sink a continent, and he's going to tell you how to do it and the force it takes to actually do it. Watch this. And I divided the line into sections, each with 250 ships, right? And there were 1,000 sections. So how many ships do we have? Right here. There are 1,000 sections, each with 250 ships in it. So let's go back up here. Let's go use our calculator. They're going to say you capping, Cosmo. I'll just say men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie. That's what it is. But you dig what I'm saying? So we're going to go and say there are 1,000 lines. Oops, excuse me. Let me go back. 1,000 sections. Hold on. Let's go back and look. What? And I divided the line into sections, each with 250 ships, right? And there were 1,000 sections, right? So let's go over here to the calculator. Bring this out. 1,000 sections times 250 ships per section equals 250,000 ships. Okay? So we see in true God named Af at the time about to devastate a continent and push it beneath the waves, like him daddy told him to do. And he's got 250,000 ships, right? Hold on, let me go back up. I don't want to go too far. Right? And there were 1,000 sections, right? So there's 250,000 ships. And every ship was contracted 10,000 fold. So these 250,000 ships are going to take a energy, right? And double it 10,000 times. Right? And what is the force of that energy, right? Used to do, which was the force required to break the crust of the earth and sink a continent. So let's do a little math, right? This is why Owaspy is dope. Let's go back to the calculator, right? You're going to say, well, how you know the amount of force that was used? Because remember, there is a tube put around that pushed up the mountains and brought out the volcanoes and pushed all that water into the land, right? Around the Pacific, that is now the Pacific plate. Pushed it under the water, right? So if there's 250,000 ships and they're contracting an initial force, right? 10,000 times, right? It's just about what force are they using, right? And what pressure was used to push and crack the continent from the crust, right? And that is called and generated by our atmosphere, and it's called pounds per square inch. Now, everywhere in the world right now, irregardless to where you at, right? Some a little less, the higher you are, but at sea level, Everywhere in the world, there is 14.7 pounds per square inch being enacted on every part of this planet, right? 14.7. So you would take that 14, hold on, you would take that 14.7 pounds per square inch, right? And multiply that 10, oh, let me go back. 10,000 times, right? 10,000 times, right? By 250,000 ships times 250,000 ships equals 36 billion 750 million pounds per square inch used over an area of roughly 50 million square miles. This was the amount of force needed to crack a continent, and then that's only to sever it. Then you gotta crack it, and then you gotta push it beneath the waves. Ain't no way you about to push anything that big up under some water and it's not in pieces. But we see that right here. Hold on. But we see the pieces of the continents right where they're supposed to be, right? Mind you, that's Japan right there. And we see that this continent was carved directly out of everything else around it, cracking this continent, cracking that one. And if you look right here in LA, where the Pacific plate touches the North American plate, LA is cracked like an egg. Literally looked like somebody took a spoon and just hit the side of the continent and cracked it. Look, right where, and then guess what's right here? Everywhere right here, y'all. Everywhere right here. The Pacific Ring of Fire. All right. So, let me show y'all this. 37 billion. Just go ahead and round up. Might as well round up. 37 billion pounds per square inch is what it takes, and is the amount of force used to crack a continent. Now, what I wanted to get you to understand is that if every bomb, every nuke, every hydrogen bomb, every one of them was put in the Pacific, there is nowhere, and blew up at the same time, that is nowhere near 37 billion pounds per square inch being put up on the entire atmosphere of an area 50 million. First of all, the Pacific is 63 million square miles, but let's just say 50 million square miles. I'm talking everywhere. Over an area as big as the Pacific. Remember, we just at 14.7, and you can't jump up in the air but for a second. Imagine taking that 10,000 times, taking that force 10,000 times, and doubling it 10,000 times, right? And then running that through 250,000 different ships and doubling it 10,000 times through 250,000 ships. That's how you get 37 billion pounds per square inch. They multiplied the weight of the atmosphere and smashed it onto the planet. And this is why they know it is a cataclysm, but they looking in the sky, right? They're looking on Earth for an explanation, but they should be looking in the sky. They think it was some sort of comet, but you would need 3 comets back to back in the exact same place. And then a comet wouldn't exert enough force still. This is what we got to understand, the massive amounts of power held by the gods. And the dope part is, Waspi say, in time, you gonna be one of them too. And now, Af, son of Jehovih, the creator, said, when the Etherian hosts were arranged in due order, right, these 250,000 ships, I called out to you, O creator. So look, true God is calling out to the creator. Can you show me in any spiritual book ever where any God calls out to his creator and gives him praise and adoration? No, the deity, the idol, is always the highest and is the focus of praise and adoration. He never praises a power greater than him. See the difference in a Waspi? Look, true God said, I called out to you, O creator. God is calling to the creator. Uh-oh, big difference. Religion tell you that God is the creator. No, true God is calling out to the creator, saying, in your strength and in your wisdom, O Father, listen, true God of the heaven and the earth, praises the creator. Let that sink in. Hold on, did somebody just come in? Who is that? Okay. Yo. Can you hear me? Got him. I got you. Unmute yourself. Can't
Yo, it's good, man. Hello?
Peace.
Okay. The subject you talking about with your show, man, the Island of Moon. It was some years ago, bro. I read about this. But you the only one that got in depth with it. Like, you got it from A to Z. You know what I'm saying? But,
Word.
I heard about this like some years ago. I read it in like a National Geographic book. But they didn't get in depth with it like how you did.
Oh, we ain't even went
This some
nowhere
good
yet.
work.
We ain't even went nowhere yet. I ain't deep yet.
This some good work, man. Yeah.
I'm still at the surface. Let me spin a little bit. Rock with me though. Okay.
I got you. I'm
All
gonna
right.
mute up, man.
My baby. We're gonna come back and kick it in a second. You know what I mean? Let me cook. Let him cook. Okay. And he says, and this is true God, he said, I called out to you, O creator. Right? Saying, in your strength and in your wisdom, O Father, join the heavens and the earth below. Right? Now, if you an Algonquin, your ears should be tingling. If you claim you some type of Negroid type of American, now I'm just reveal to you, they all called Algonquins. It's the name of the nation after the name of the creator, right? Not just the language, not just the tribe. It's the whole nation. right? If you claim that you are this stock, right? Or even if you claim that you of any quote unquote Negroidal stock, your ears should be tingling. But especially if you call yourself an American Indian or Aboriginal, your ears should be tingling right now because this story should sound very familiar. But let's go on. And again, now this is in the book of Osiris. The book of Aph in Owaspi, right? So he then called out true God, called out to the creator, right? True God, then called out to Yahweh, the creator, saying, in your strength and wisdom, join the heavens and the earth together below. So he then smashed the earth one time, right? And what happens? An Etherian, in the end of the Etherian column that extended to Shinvat. Shinvat is our outer atmosphere, is where our atmosphere, right, which extends past the moon. And Owaspi is revealing that in 1882, proving that the moon is in our atmosphere. We didn't even learn that till 2019. Science didn't prove that till 2019. Owaspi is dropping that info in 1882. But Shinvat is the part where our atmosphere stops and interstellar or deep space, or what they call the black vastness of space, starts. But what they don't know is that darkness, or what they think is darkness, which is actually just transparent. It's fluid. Just like if I take salt, right? And I put a spoonful of salt in a cup of clear water and I put it in a vortexian motion, it becomes clear, right? But that don't mean that tablespoon of salt ain't still in the water. It's just now transparent. They don't understand that ether is fluid, right? And just like if you went to the bottom of a sea, you would have a pressure on top of you physically. So is once you leave the atmosphere, you have the etheric pressure, which is solution also. It is the solution which sublimates all corpor or all physicality. Why? Because as above, so below. The same thing ether does on earth. It tears apart, it sublimates, it breaks everything down to its atomic weight, right? So does ether, the darkness, the clear past our atmosphere, right? Or the darkness in between planets, space. So does space sublimate all material. They're both ether, right? Now, because of the pressure, right? And at the end of the Etherian column, and that extended to Shinvat on the border of the vortex of the earth was made secure, right? There's a tube. So imagine a tube being extended from space all the way from past our atmosphere, right? Being made secure up at the top by the pressure of the galaxy, by the push of the galaxy, and being smashed into the bottom. So think like a vacuum cleaner that can suck both ways, right? But now we've trapped this material, right, which is our atmosphere, around the continent, right? So it's a tube, a column. Look, and the Etherian column that extended to Shitvat, or the border of our atmosphere, on the border of the vortex of the earth, was made secure by the pressure of your wide heavens, right? So this is how we know this calculation is correct, because it was the pressure of the atmosphere used. Now, we can't make up the pressure out there in Shinvat, which I'm sure is greater than down here on the earth. But here on the earth, as a way to understand the amount of force being used, you can use the lesser force, which is 14.7 pounds per square inch, leaving us at 37 million pounds per square inch is what it takes to crack a continent. Don't that sound about right? Don't that sound about right? I'm just saying. Let's get back to this. Hold on. Okay. And again, I said this is eighth, true God calling out, in your strength and wisdom, O Creator. God is calling out for power from the Creator. See? No God is so extensive and great that he can overstand the Creator. He even understands. A true God is who understands that all power and wisdom and strength is from the Creator. Being able to call on it at will makes you God. Mm, 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 mm. Let me see. Right? And it said, again, I said, in your strength and wisdom, O Jehovah, join the heavens and the earth below. And what? And the end of the Ethereum column extended down to the earth, right? Down to the earth was made secure around the borders of Waga or Pan by the sea and the high mountains to the north. Watch this. Watch this. Let me show you this. Let me show you this. All right. Now I'm going to show you this, but I'm going to read this to you. Now, mind you, we find this in Owaspy, right? I'm going to just keep reading. And the end of the etheric column extended down to the earth was made secure around the borders, right, of Waga by the sea and the high mountains in the north. What's up there in Siberia and in Alaska, mountains, right? And again, I said, O Creator, deliver the earth from evil, from your glory forever. So he didn't call down 3 times to crack this continent, cut it into pieces like a pizza, and now you about to sink it. Watch this. Right? Watch this. Now, this is where you get your Pacific Ring of Fire. Right? And the vortex of the earth closed in from the rim. Now, they gonna say, Cosmon, you be making this vortex stuff up, man. You be going way too far with this vortex stuff. Well, then, did your ancient Algonquin forefathers go too far with it? Because guess what? This is word for word. What's in the Algonquin flood tale? This word right here, see, vortex. Y'all think I made this up? That's in your flood myth, not mine. I ain't writing. It's just part of mine. How is it in Owaspy 100 plus years before it was ever written down? Talking about vortex. What is you talking about? How is this in the Algonquin flood myth if the Algonquin flood myth come from 24,000 years ago? Huh? I told you your ears should be tingling. And the vortex of the earth closed in from the rim, and lo, the earth was broken. A mighty continent was cut loose from its fastenings. and the look, and the fires of the earth came forth in flames and clouds. Objective proof of where the Pacific Ring of Fire came from. Roughly 25,000 years ago. Watch this. And watch this. And clouds with loud roarings, and the land rocked to and fro like a ship at sea. Now that's a very specific, that's very specific. And the land rocked to and fro like a ship at sea. What you talking about, Cosmon? What you talking about, Cosmon? You're going to have to put it together, because you keep telling me that this is in the Algonquin flood myth. This is what you keep telling me, Cosmon. Well, you going to have to show up, source up, or shut up, Cosmonian. Huh? Let's look at this. Let's make sure everybody can see this first. This is the Algonquin flood myth, right? From Internet Archive, from the book of the Atlantis Encyclopedia. Right? From the Atlantis Encyclopedia. Yeah, okay, that look like everybody can see it. I'll highlight it as I'm going through it. Because remember, rock to and fro like a boat at sea. Remember, that's very specific. Watch this. This is from the Algonquin flood myth. Cosmon, you be making this stuff up. All right. Well, I'm cold with it then. Right? Watch this. The Algonquin flood myth. Right? From the Atlantis Encyclopedia, written by Frank Joseph. Right? Native tribes of the American Northeast, right, preserved a tribal memory of their ancestral origins on a large island in the Atlantic Ocean. Why are they saying Atlantic? Because they think Atlantis got something to do with the Atlantic Ocean. It's common misunderstanding, right? After many generations, signs and portents warned the inhabitants of an impending disaster. So this is the Algonquin myth, right? Some magnitude of evacuation that took place is suggested in the 138 boats said to have been prepared for the emergency. Where? Anywhere in the world. Now look. Whereas anywhere in the world you hear a story, a flood myth that got 138 boats, right? If you know of any place that has a flood myth, oh, my bad, bro. I see you. I'm going to add you back. If you know of any place in the world that has a flood mythos with 138 boats mentioned in it, go ahead and post it in the chat. Do that for your boy, right? Other than that, sit back and be amazed, because I'm going to show you where remember this 138 boats. Nobody in the flood mythos has this anywhere except what? The Algonquin flood myth. But let me show you it 100 years before. Let me show you it behind it. Because see, look, who gave you this story? See, according to the Algonquin elder Sam D. Gill, right? Sam D. Gill wasn't even born till 1943. Owaspy dropped this info in 1882, and it's word for word what an Algonquin leader is saying. You dig what I'm talking about, Sam D. Gill, right? It began when the earth walked what? To and fro like a ship at sea. What did we just read? What did we just read? What? And the flames and clouds with loud roaring, and the land rocked to and fro like a ship at sea. Huh? You think Cosmon making this up? No, but remember, we talking about 138 boats. Don't nobody got no Noah flood mythos with 138 boats, but the Algonquins. But let me show you where you got it from. Let me show you where you got it from. Right? Hold on. Here we go. This is the first book of the Lords, right? This is the first book of the Lords, right? 1 and 44. Remember, we talking about this is at the same time during what's going on with eighth, the sinking of the continent, same time. 553 BC was exactly going on the earth, right? This is actually 2 years before, so it would be 555, right? Exactly the year. That what happens? Remember, we looking for 138 ships in a flood story. We in a flood story only found in Owaspy. 182 years before the ancient Algonquin people could even tell the story, we already got it. Watch this. Watch this. Because they think you making it up, Cosmon. They think you making it up, Cosmon. Let's blow it up a little bit for them, though. And who? What? Watch this. They think you making it up, Cosmon. Remember what we looking for? 138 ships. But look, the land was swallowed up. Valleys and mountains, and all the living on Pan, or Waga, which is its ancient Panic name, except the Ions, the people who can get it, who floated off in the ships. So we know we in the right context, we talking about people being saved in ships after a continent was swallowed up, right? And look what happens. 1 and 44. And the Lord said, this is a land God, said, I numbered those who were saved after this deluge. And there was what? 12,420, not 8 people who are genetically all tied to each other. 12,420 people get on what? What? Hold on. Go on to repopulate the planet, right? And these, right? And these were all that remained of the first race of man that walked on 2 feet, 22,553 BC. Behold, I will carry them to all divisions of the earth, and people will anew. And Jehovah blew his breath upon the ships of his sons and daughters, blew about them, blew his breath upon the ships of his sons and daughters, blew them about upon the ocean, blew them to the east and to the west and to the north and to the south. But watch this. Watch this. Oh, hold on. Let me go back up. Let me go back up a little bit. So I want to. Here we go. Remember, we looking for 138 ships, right? Let me get down to here, right here. Let's go back up a little bit. Right? This is the Lord, right? The most low. The lowest angel of the emancipated race of angels is the Lord. Here's the Lord who works directly with man, inspiring the ions, right? Because look what's happening. Take therefore food that is good to eat and gather it into the ships, for the flood shall remain 150 days, and you shall come forth and find nothing to eat. And the angels of the Lord went to the faithless in God and inspired them to what? To build ships, both in the valleys, right? They never explained this in the Bible, and in the valleys and on the mountains for 2 whole years. This is how I know that in 2555, this is when the angel was coming down to expire them, because for 2 whole years this happened. The flood happened exactly the year 22,553 BC. So we can extrapolate back. And then what? The ships that they were completed after 2 years. But look, remember, we looking for 138 ships, and this is from the Algonquin flood myth, right? And the angels of heaven numbered the ships. They counted them, and there was 138. And the ships stood on the mountains and in the valleys. But of all the ships that had been built, not one stood near the water. So that makes sense that when these flushing, high raising waters are coming upon the mountaintops, that the ships were already built at the mountains, right? They would be already built into the high places and into the mountains, so they would float up by the water and not bang into the mountains, right? And then, but here is where the Algonquins get the idea that their great savior, or person who they named the country after, who is named Amaruca, or Amaraka, right? Out in this Algonquin flood myth, right? The guy who survives his name, their Noah, is named Amaruca, right? And he is supposed to have been in 138 ships, right? But you see, it's the God, is the Lord working under true God, that are inspiring the faithless to build ships. And just so happened, just like in the Algonquin flood myth, there are 138 ships. Why? And right, let's go a little further till we get back. But what I want to show you, that it's the exact same language of the Algonquin flood myth. What? Some magnitude of the evacuation took place and is suggested in the 138 boats said to have been prepared for emergency. According to the Algonquin leader Sam D. Gill, it began when the earth rocked to and fro as a ship at sea. Word for word, what's in a wasp. The quakes became so powerful that the island, the continent, was cut loose from its fastenings. And we just read this, the fires of the earth came forth in flames and clouds and loud roarings. Watch this. Right? Right? Hold on, let's go back down. All right. And again, I said, and the earth from evil in your evil practice, and for your glory forever. And what? Hold on. Dang. How'd I do that? And the earth closed in on all sides, and the pressure land sunk beneath to rise no more. Hold on 1 second, because we got it right here. Right here, look. Word for word. Word for word, what's in Owaspy. right? Word for word. And the vortex of the earth closed in to form the rim, and lo, the earth was broken. A mighty continent was cut loose from its fastenings, and the fires of the earth came forth in flames and clouds. What? And the quakes came forth so powerful that the island was cut loose from its fastenings, and the fires of the earth came forth in flames and clouds and loud and loud roarings. All right. Hold on. And loud roaring. Let's go back to the Algonquin tale. Was cut loose from its fastenings, right here, and fires of the earth came forth in flames and clouds and loud roarings. As the flotilla of refugees, right? What they talking about? So all 138 came here to America. We gonna see. As the flotilla of the refugees made good their escape, the land sank beneath the waters. Look, this is very key. Look, the land sank beneath the waters to rise no more. The survivors eventually landed along the eastern seaboard of North America. It's the western seaboard. And married among the indigenous peoples to become the forefathers of the Algonquin tribes. There is no more succinct, incredible version of the Atlantis catastrophe and its aftermath until, hold on, where's my thing at? Until you realize it is taken directly from Owaspy, word for word. So ain't no better in the land rock to and fro like a ship at sea. And again, I said, O Jehovah, deliver your heavens, which are bound like a chain to a rotten carcass. And again, the vortex of the earth closed in on all sides, and by the pressure, right? The pressure, 37 billion pounds per square inch everywhere, right? The land sank beneath the waters to rise no more. And the land sank beneath the waters to rise no more. See, they think Cosmon be making it up, man, and you dig what I'm talking about? We're gonna go a little further. Let's go into this study of Pan a little bit more, right? Because we're getting down to the bottom. Right? Right. But I want to let me go into this real quick. We're gonna go into this real quick. See the Algonquin flood myth, right? Hold on. Now look, y'all see this name? Let me make sure everybody can see that. Amuraka is where the name of America comes from. Amuraka. America. Right? He is the hero of the Algonquin or the Negroidal people flood myth. And this is where the name of the country comes from. Watch this. Watch this. Because you're going to hear some stuff. You're going to hear some stuff, but we're going to clean it up. Right? Watch this. Now, this is in the Algonquin flood myth. Don't say Cosmon making up nothing. I ain't made up nothing that I ain't sourced up on. This is from the Atlantis Encyclopedia, right? 2008. Amaruka, right? Amuraka. In the early 16th century, right? When they first walked ashore at what is now Colombia, the Spaniards were informed by their Indian hosts that they had appeared in the land of Amuraka, bearing the royal title serpent. But remember, just yesterday we learned what the serpent is in America. That is the Khan. It is an understanding of a great science. Those who had it became the rulers, or bear a royal title because it's a rite of passage that they already have. This is why the Khan, or the Ankh, is tied directly to the serpent, also tied directly to the very first royal title being applied to a quote unquote American, right? Who is named Amaruka, right? They said, right, that this Indian, right? Remember, this is from the Algonquin, and we know they Negroidal. They said that Amaruka was a bearded white man, not unlike the conquistadors themselves. Now they say, okay, there we go, Cosmo. We got you, Cosmo. You pseudo Cosmo. We ain't no white folks, Cosmo, huh? Didn't they tell you the irons was white and yellow? Uh-oh. And we gonna show you back then what they call white and yellow, or white then, 25,000 years ago during the sinking of continental pine, is not what we call commonly white Europeans today. Watch this. A wasp be cold. It don't miss nothing, right? Now it's gonna tell you why these people is so light, right? Now let's get into a waspy. Let's show you some of these white and yellow Negroes, right? And this is from a doc I got called shout out Sila Shalom and to the Four Horsemen, man. We be putting these docs together, man. We already be having the shots ready to shoot you. But let me show you where these Negro white folk come from. Would anybody try to deny that this guy is white? Hold on, let me go back to my screen so I can see. If y'all believe that this man right here is not a white and yellow, or white skinned and white haired Negro, right? Hence today called an albino, right? Which is now a recessive trait. But we know that albinism appears in every race. So how is it recessive in white folks and in black folks and in Chinese? For it to be in every race, at one point, it must have been a dominant trait at man's early his early journeys into the world. There had to be a stock that this already existed. Watch this. Watch this. Hold on, where I'm at. All right, watch this. Let me show you these people. You try to tell me that these people is Europeans, right? Go on, try to explain it to me. Let me show you where they come from. Now, in every religion, crazy. The funny part is every time these niggas pick up a pen to learn how to write anything, they telling you about people or angels or some type of higher being coming from another planet, mixing with them and creating man without fail. If you have heard that, hit me with an 8 in the chat. If you've heard, like in the Bible, the so-called sons of God coming to the daughters of men in the Vedic text, right? The sons of Brahma coming down, or the Nagas, the snakes, mixing with people. In every religion, there is a tale of some type of higher being mixing around with regular humans. If you've heard these tales, hit me with an 8 in the chat. Be right back. Yeah, that'll be dope. Thank you. All right. Let me show you where these white Negroes come from. They think Cosmo be capping. I'm just above most people pay grade. In Book of Jehovah, right? 6, 14, 18, and 19. It says, right, now this is the time when there are Adamic men, or men wholly from earth on planet, or man in his beastly mode, right? He didn't walk all the way upright. He wasn't truly an Homo sapien per se, or a thinking man yet, right? But this is where they come from. And those first thinking men were in part and majoritarily albino. But why were they albino? Because they was mixing with angels. Watch this. There alighted upon the earth, on the new earth, millions of angels from heaven. But listen, but many of them had never fulfilled a corporeal life, right? Having died in infancy. And these angels did not comprehend procreation or corporeal life. So it comes out to find out that the very first God brings 27 million angels with him to go down to the earth to help raise man up. And why they were allowed to take upon corporeal bodies was because these all 27 million had died in infancy and never had physical lives. Now, these beings are from other planets. This is what you got to understand. They are older, many older than the earth, right? But it never had a physical life. So in the spirits, these are high-raised gods, right? But to be a all-comprehensive God and to have knowledge of all, you must be a master over physicality also. So your creator is fair. So if you died as a child, he gives a time where you're able to come back as a high-raised angel and take up on a semblance of flesh, whether in this world or the next. And this is what we're seeing happen right here. But you got to take into account. This is a man who has, died as a baby, never having a physical life, right? So he's never been hungry. He's never been cold. He's never been hurt, right? He's never been disappointed. He's never smelled anything that stunk. He hasn't tasted anything that was sweet. He also has never been horny. So now imagine you 1,000,000 years older than the earth and you take up on a semblance of flesh. And now you got 1,000,000 years worth of horny on you. 1,000,000 years worth of hungry. Right? This is the understanding of the rib. An angel came down and copied what we would call RNA or the ribonucleic acid. You did what I'm talking about, the rib. Right? And took up on a semblance of flesh. Why? Because it was that time for it to happen up on the earth. But look, they had died in infancy, right? So when they took up on flesh, they had never been cold before. So now you got 1,000,000 years worth of cold on you. Can you imagine 1,000,000 years worth of horny? Soon as you took on a semblance of flesh, you was hunching. You didn't even know what it was. But those who had never learned corporeal things, or the physical things of life, being imperfect in wisdom, right? And did not understand the Creator's words. It was like, what is you talking about, corporeal life? Nigga, I'm alive. What you mean? I've been doing this a billion years, God. You think what I'm talking about? Jaja, I've been doing this a billion years. What you talking about live? I'm live. You know what I mean? But they had never lived a corporeal life. You never been disappointed before, never been let down, never been hurt, never been scraped your knee, huh? Never got your heart broken before. Could you imagine having 1,000,000 years worth of heartache on you? Ooh, wait. Right? But those who had never learned corporeal things, being of imperfect wisdom, being imperfect in wisdom, and did not understand the Creator's words, and they dwelt with the Asuans, or the pre-Adamites, right? The Adamites, male and female, right? It's not till the false god Osiris of Egypt that anybody calls the very first men Adam. They before that used the Vedic term Asu, meaning holy from earth, red, brown. You dig what I'm talking about? And were tempted, right? So the angels, right, took upon semblances of flesh alongside the early humans and were tempted and partook of the tree of life. They had sex and created babies. And lo and behold, what? They saw their own nakedness, right? Came to the realization, oh man, what I do? Right? They seen their own children. And there was born what? Of the first race, right? Asu of Adam, a new race called Man. So Adam, right, bred with the angelic host who came with the first God, right? Adam bred with Eve. Eve is the angelic host. And they bred a new race called us, man, right? And the Creator took the world, or took the earth out of the travail of Simu, or the time of creation, and the angels gave up their corporeal bodies. And the name of that first race was Asu, right? Adam, because they were of the earth only. And the name of the second race, right? That second race that is half Asu, half angel, or half Adam, half Eve, right? And you see these early AB genetics in hominin stocks, but somewhere the C comes in, and then these D's, and then the races mix up. You dig what I'm talking about? They go into different places. But the C allele, which is readily found in man, can't be found in nature. That's crazy. That's because it comes from off earth, right? The second race was called Iron, right? Called Iron. This goes on to be your mound builder stock, right? Because they were capable. Why are they called Iron? Because they were capable of being taught spiritual things. The first race, Asu, wasn't. But when they mixed with the angel, right, and brought this new race called man onto the planet, right, birthed a new race called man, he was able to understand spiritual things. So he was half of the earth and half of heaven. So let that sink in a second, right? This is the first book of the first lords, 1, 2, and 3. And the Lord brought the angels of heaven to man by his side, and they took upon forms like man, having all the organs and attributes of mortals, for it was time of the earth for such things to be. right? So it came to pass that a new race was born on the earth, and these were called Ions because they were begotten of both heaven and earth. Why are they called Ions? Because they 50% earth, Adam, and 50% angelic, Eve, right? So they are named I get it. Ion means I get it. I'm able to be inspired and taught spiritual things. Ion means I can get it, right? Consequently, it became a saying, right, that the earth conceived of the Lord, right? Now, this is from the first book of the first Lords 2 and 4. Now, this is what they always try to bring up on Owaspy, right? But they never go into the book. They just get a little download from somewhere that they got from some other guy, and they only show one part of the book. Now, let me show you that these Ions, the mound builder stock, the Algonquins, Amaruka, was a white man, but not white like European. Watch this. Yeah, you was white, you was a cracker too. You always want to know where they came from. You keep telling them they come from you. You right. Let me show you, Ion, the guy who gets it. Watch this. The Ions were white and yellow. Now look at this 204. This is very important. See this? 204. That's an annotation, right? The Ions were white and yellow, right? The people who can get it are white and yellow, but the people who couldn't get it were brown and black. The Ions were small and slender, but the Druks were tall and stout. Now, I want you to also understand that these, as people stock, don't exist no more. But we are the remnants of a little people and a big people, a guy who could get it and a guy who couldn't, right? And they had different attributes, right? But look, them Ions, them very first guys can think. So we know that's us, right? And they was what? They was what? White and yellow. And they were white and yellow. That is a sister, correct? Is she white and yellow? If she is white and yellow, hit me with a 9 in the chat. If you can clearly see that this woman, clearly with iron genetics, recessive and called albino today, is white and yellow and yet negroidal. Hit me with a 9 in the chat. Now, remember that 204, right? Again, right? The people was every color, but 50% of the people stock look just like this. A predominant look, irregardless of phenotype, irregardless of nationality, irregardless of heritage. The 50% of all Ions look like this. Why? Because they're half from the angels, half from the earth. Watch this. Remember that 204 up here, right? Remember, the Ions are white and yellow, right? They say, Cosmine, you a cracker. You done sold out. You done sold us out, Cosmine. You don't know what you're talking about, boy. Watch this. Boom. 204, right? The Ions are white and yellow. Watch this. And again, this is a generalization, right? Because where reference is made, this is in Owaspy, in 6, 2, and 4. The Lord's first book, the one we was just in, right? 204, right? Where reference is made as above to white people, it does not mean what we call today white people, but in fact, with white hair also. These are not modern Europeans that the book is speaking about. white skin and white hair also, right? And they're talking about the people of today, right? In fact, but white today, in fact, but look. It does not mean what we call today white people. We talking about this. Hold on, let me go back up a little bit. Whoa. Whoa, hold on. Something just disappeared. That's weird. But white, in fact, with white hair also. What happened? It mixed up the words. Right? But we see where reference is made as how did that do that? Let me see if I can move that back. Hold on. Okay, 1 second. Where's this damn tab so I can move the right? It says it's not above where it mentions white people. Is not what today what we mean and call white people as in white Europeans, but white in fact with white skin and white hair also. Where's this tab? This is weird. I just got a new computer, man. Shout out to the gang. You dig what I'm talking about? Let me bring it on home because trying to find where this tab is here. Hold on. Why won't it let me see what I'm doing? It's weird. Okay. Why ain't it moving? Let me see if I can come out of this and go back. Let me see if I can come out of this All right, hold on. Let me see if I can come up out of this. I'll reshare. Let me pull this up. Pull it up again. Okay. Weird. Hold on. Okay. 1 second, y'all. Here we go. All right. Right. It does not mean where references are made above to with white hair and fat. Right. Somehow it got mixed up. But what this is saying, and let me just go to it because I don't want nobody to think I'm capping. This is the Lord. Hold on. My bad. Hold on, y'all. Okay. Okay, this is Lord 6 and books on the 8th. All right. Okay.
Really?
All right. Okay. 6249. All right. My bad, y'all. I had to go to real quick. Open up this whole WASP. 624 and 624. Right now, I don't want them to say Cosmon making nothing up. Right.
No, but I mean, if you said that to me, that's what I'm going to say.
Watch this.
So is it the girl that's living at yeah, and I got more right here. No. Go ahead. He's lost. Bye. We so goofy.
Okay, here we go. Let's get back to it, man. Show y'all this. Make sure y'all can see it. Right? So make sure y'all they know I don't say nothing I can't source. So remember that 204, right? Right? Protect the ions, the little people, white and yellow. Right? Call them the sacred people, right? We go down here to 204, right? Again, this is a generalization where reference is made as above to white people. It does not mean what we call today, or this does not mean what we today call white people. This is not Europeans, what we commonly call the European today. But they were white, in fact, with white hair. Also, the same remarks holds in reference to yellow people. Thus, what? White skin here is not the color of what in today or early Cosmon is called the white race, being really talking about the people of today, right? The modern Europeans are really just light or pale copper or beige or what we would call pink. Modern day Europeans. Because they ain't white neither, but really a light or pale copper or beige or a pink toe. But it would seem that the white of the ions was in complexion more a moon white. Watch this. Right? Thus, here, just to show you Cosmon wasn't never capping, this is what we just read. Thus, here, white skin here is not the color of what in early Cosmon or today is called the white race, being really a light or pale copper or beige. But it would seem that the white of the ions was in complexion more a moon white. Moreover, being half angel. And you talking about moon white Cosmon, what you talking about? Because being that they was half angel, they may have had more of a radiant or glowing skin tone and maybe a light in the eyes. But remember, it is more like a moon white, right? White and yellow. This is not CGI. This is a sister today, 2024. White hair, white skin. This is not touched up. Anybody want to deny that that's a sister with white hair and white skin? Huh? Is that not white hair, white and yellow? Watch this. This is where blonde hair come from. Watch this. It would seem that the white of the ions was more what of the ions was in complexion more a moon white. Moreover, being half angel, they may have had a more radiant or glowing skin tone. But this also applies to what? This term remark hold in reference to yellow people also. White hair, right? White skin, but also white skin, yellow. White and yellow. The ions are white and yellow. Where do we see that representation today? With a more radiant look in the eyes. This is a sister, pale white. Now that we see white and yellow is not what we call the white man today, but is what we commonly call albinism. Let's show all ions aren't white and yellow. They're just predominantly white and yellow, right? So that means 50% of y'all white and yellow, but let's go see what everybody else is. And what happened when you mix one of these light niggas with a dark nigga? Because look, let's look at the ions of the tribes of Ham. The tribes of Ham were of all colors, black, white, yellow, copper, red, and brown. Nevertheless, they were all what? Ions, faithists, people who could get it spiritually, having flat nails, short arms, and desiring what? To acquire knowledge. And I brought them what? All these people, these black, white, yellow, copper, red, brown ions that they said was still predominantly white and yellow, right? We see them bringing them into Africa or Ham, and I brought them to a country of sand and fields, and with fields of rich pastures interspersed, just like today, where lived only a few natives, the dark people. Who are the natives? The indigenous, the aboriginal of Africa, the dark people with short hair. And neither, look at the creator, he said, neither did I omit even the hair of the head of man without providing testimony of my word. So these are all predominant African phenotypes today, right? And yet the dark one, the dark people with the short hair here, are the indigenous of Africa, right? Proving science correct when it says that the most genetic diversity occurred in Africa. Because the Indian of America, even though he has a few racial stocks, we was all Indian. We ain't mixing in with everybody to get all these racial stocks. We only got one nigga in America, other Aboriginal in America. It's only one of them. You dig what I'm saying? So Owaspie agrees with modern day science, or modern day science agrees with Owaspie. With this is where a lot of the most genetic admixing was going on, but that's because this is where the most people were moving, right? And colonizing. You dig what I'm talking about? But look, this 25,000 years ago, they getting off the boat with all this. White folks from Africa, black folks from Africa, yellow, copper, red, brown, all from Africa. So ions wasn't all white and yellow just primarily, right? So when we go back to yo American history, straight from the mouth of the Algonquins, when they tell you that he was a bearded white man, don't get tripped out. Don't get tripped out. And once you understand that the conquistadors was niggas, you dig what I'm talking about? They was black. Many of them converso Jews and Moors themselves that brought Columbus here. You dig what I'm talking about? It start to make even more sense when you understand that these bearded white men, hold on, let me show you. That these bearded white men, like Amaruka, right? in the Americas was looking like this. Amaruca was looking like this. Hold on, let me blow it up. Amaruca was looking like this. See him? So I'm gonna leave that right there, right? But I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna read back into this. In the early 16th century, when they first walked ashore in what is now Colombia, the Spaniards were informed by their Indian hosts that they had appeared in the land of Amuraca, bearing the royal title Serpent or Gran Khan. The Amuraca, they said, was a bearded white man, not unlike the conquistadors themselves. He had long ago arrived after a terrible flood out at sea, forced him and his followers to seek refuge. He afterward taught the natives, right, the benefits of agriculture, medicine, and religion. We know that these Ions, these little people, these mound builders, these white and yellows, right, these Negroes of America go on to give agriculture, medicine, religion, and then built the first several stone cities. Amuraca, resemblance to the plumed serpent, known by the identical name to northerly Mayas, right? Let me go back and read that. Amuraca's resemblance to the plumed serpent, known by the identical name to the northerly Mayas and Aztecs, means that the same set of old world culture bearers arrived throughout the Americas. These little people, white and yellow, get past your racism now that you know white folks can be niggas. Don't that make sense? Don't you know some white folks just niggas? I do. It suggests, too, that the name given to the New World did not arrive from a contemporary Italian map maker, but rather the Atlantean flood hero. The Europeans did not use native names for lands they conquered because they sought to lend greater legitimacy to their New World holdings by rechristening them with Old World names. Thus, the Atlanto-Colombian Amaruca was changed to America Vespucci for political reasons, right? It does indeed seem strange that the New World would have been christened after the name of a cartographer, a nigga who make maps. Yeah, why would you do that? Right? Supporting, where we at? Hold on. Supporting the indigenous provenance of America. Columbus himself, on his third voyage, how many of y'all knew that Columbus came back and forth to Hispaniola at least 3 times? It says when you actually read it, he came back and forth 4 times, right? Never reaching mainland America, but he was here. That on his third voyage to the New World, he met Indian natives, right? Columbus, who introduced themselves as Americos. And this is per Jimenez and Graeber, page 67. The same tribe, these Americos, was identified by Alonso de Ojeda on the second voyage to Hispaniola, with his Dominican Republic in Haiti, right? Moreover, the land of perpetual wind reference to a mountain range in the province of Chantilly between Higalpa and Libertad in Nicaragua was known to the Mayans as Amarisque, and so recorded in the sailing logs of Columbus, as well as the writings of Vespucci. Right? Hold on. Intriguingly, right? Amaruca appears to mean Ra's serpent from Mu, or it could be the great serpent of Mu, right? But Amaru means the land of the great spirit. Amaru, Amara, Ra meaning from above, A, right, being the appellation of the great spirit, and Mu, right, tying to its spiritual representation, and Ka being the land. Amaruka, or land of the great spirit, appears to mean Ra's serpent from Mu. Ka, serpent, describes a powerful wise man, right? Actually, this is land, right? Or you know what? Yeah. And most likely a priest king. But see, hold on. The priest king, why? This is why the serpent, because the serpent is Khan. The Mu is Khan, right? Describes a powerful wise man, right? The serpent, the Khan, the Ankh, right? Most likely a what? A priest king. We see the Grand Khans, or priest kings and queens. The appearance of Ra, the Egyptian sun deity, sun goddess, hardly less amazing than that of Mu, the Pacific Ocean land said to have perished in natural catastrophe before the destruction of Atlantis. All right. Hold on. So now the crazy part, right, is in this story that they talk about a Noah, right? There is a part where they talk about the generation of the line of Noah. And also I want to show y'all this real quick, just to get a little scale on what's going on. Let me see if I can share this for y'all. If it comes up. Let me reload. I wanted to show y'all the Earth map. Let me see if I can bring it back. Let me see if I can refresh it. Alrighty. I wanted y'all to understand that this is a worldwide calamity. This is not just what's going on. All right. That this is a worldwide calamity, right? Where we just left from, I want y'all to understand where we at. This is Mount Everest, the highest mountain on Earth, above the waters, right? It is over 29,000 feet tall. So that means when you look at it where planes be flying at, that's where the top of Mount Everest is at. But in the Great Sinking of Pond, it said it displaced water as high as the tallest mountains, right? Now, I want y'all to understand that this continent, right, is in between where two continents touch. Asia, see all this is Asia, touching right here, the Shemitic or Indian continental plate, which go all the way up here. All this Iran, west of Iran, east of the Zagros Mountains, all this middle land right here, all India, and all these lower southeast islands is Shem. This is where niggas come from in the east, especially right here. Iran, Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan. This is where niggas come from. The type that go on to produce people like Abram, Moses, Yeshua. And the Israelite stock come right out of here. This is called Persia. But why I brought you over here, right, was so I can show you the scale of really what's going on, right? Because it's covering the highest mountain at 30,000 feet, right? Hold on. Let me go down a little bit. Let me zoom in a little bit. Hold on. Because, see, we know Pan is sitting is in the middle of the Pacific, right? So let's go to Honolulu or Hawaii, which is halfway, I want y'all to see what you're dealing with. See, this is halfway in the Pacific, halfway between America and Asia, right? This is the Hawaiian Islands, right? So you got the distance from the highest point, from the middle of the Pacific to the highest point on the earth is 11,476,000 miles, right? From the middle of the Pacific to the highest point. Now, mind you, so when this continent sinks, right? Let me go back. Hold on. Now, look. Let me show you. We way over here. It's the middle of the Pacific. Honolulu Island that are sitting directly on the floor of the Pacific, right? We know that that's a volcano, but it's 11,400 miles. And this water, when this continent was sunk, must flood this far, 11,476 miles, and be at least 30,000 feet high. Right? So it's got to cover this mountain. This is right? It's got to cover this mountain in Hindustan, 30,000 feet, right? But the water wall has got to at least be 11,476 feet, miles, right? But let's apply that in the other way too. Watch this. Watch this. We're gonna start right here. All right. And let's scoot in a little bit. All right. Now we gotta go 11,000. We done went 11,476 miles west. Right? 11,476 miles going back west towards Asia, towards India, towards Africa. Now let's go set the same distance. Now we got to have a 30,000 foot water wall. Right? So let's go this way and apply the same measures just in the other direction. All right? We're going to go in the other direction. Hold on. Let's back up a little bit. Let's back up out this thing a little bit. Right? We in Hawaii, right? Now we're going to go another 11,000 miles. Right? With a 30,000 foot wall of water. Hold on. We got to go 11,000 miles. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta go back. Hold on, I gotta go back. That ain't work out right. All right. Let me start at Honolulu. All right. Let me go. I want to show y'all this. To show y'all when they say this is a worldwide calamity. Why? Start at the Hawaiian Islands and go. Let's go down here and move out. Zoom out. Let's roll. Roll a little bit. Let's roll till we can get out to roughly 11,476 miles in the other direction. Let's just say. All right. Basically, 11,500. Right? I want you to see the massive amounts of water being dumped. Right? It would have crushed America. Look how big the Pacific is. The water moving from way down here too. So it's going over South America. All that 11,000 miles to the east though. You know what I mean? To the east would have dumped it right in the Atlantic. Right? Right off the coast. Right off the coast. And this would have dumped it 30, mind you, it's 30,000 feet. You dig what I'm talking about? And maybe this is why in later years we find so much. You look this would have been washed all the way to here. Let's just say. And this would have washed all the way to here. You dig what I'm talking about? So maybe this is where we get the stories of people entering Africa. Not an outer Africa, but an into Africa theory. You dig what I'm talking about? But I wanted you to see the massive amounts of water being displaced that Owaspy explains why this was not a regional flood. You dig what I'm talking about? This is not a regional flood. This is a worldwide thing. And to prove that the water had to be 30,000 feet tall, right? Mount Everest is 29,032 feet tall. Mount Everest is the highest of the Himalayan mountains, and at 8,850 meters, or 29,035 feet, is considered the highest point on Earth. Mount Everest is a peak in the Himalayan mountain range. It is located between Nepal and Tibet, and in an autonomous region of China. So we know that the water wall not only has to be able to move, right? Excuse me. Yes, hold on, I'm in the wrong place. Not only has to move, the water wall has to move 11,476 miles to get to Tibet, Nepal, Himalayan region, way over here from Hawaii, or the middle of the continent, right? The water displacement must also be 30,000 plus feet high to cover up 29,000 feet. So this is a worldwide cataclysm. You dig what I'm talking about? And this is just some of the connections between Pan, right, and Owaspy. You dig what I'm talking about? And Atlantis and Lumerian mythos. But I want to show you this right here one more time, right? And I want to show y'all something else too, because a lot of people is, they ask me, man. A lot of people ask me, Cosmon, where do white folks come from? I say, where you say they come from? He say they was born from or they talk about Yakub or some type of experiment or something. You dig what I'm talking about? And I don't think it's that, but pale skin doesn't make you not a Negro. Pale skin don't make you a European either. You can't judge a book by its cover, right? But you can judge a tectonic plate. You dig what I'm talking about? You can share a tectonic plate. This is where the continent would have stood, what is called the Pacific Plate. The Nazca Plate would have been carved too. All right. And also, do I want to get into this? Because they talk about Noah and that white skin, right? Or did y'all know Noah was white? Book of Enoch say he white. The precursor to all y'all niggas, all y'all Israelites, is a white man. Right? We just explained that to y'all, right? We just explained why not to get teed off about that. But I kind of want to share some information with you that ties into this same time. Because see, now that we know Noah ain't a man, right? And that Noah daddy must not be a man either. And if Noah is a time, his daddy must be a time. Well, where are these stories and mythos coming from? Right? And then they always talk about the sons of God and Raphaim and Nephilim. They talk about the sons of Seth, but they also have a history of the sons of Cain. And here go another paradigm on where white skin comes from, right? Because boy, they got a story about Ham, Shem, Japhet. What if I told this is Noah's wife? Anybody? Hold on. We gonna take this out. We gonna take this out real quick. Hold on. We gonna show this. Does anybody? Right? Hold on. We gonna show this. We gonna change it to this. Can anybody in the chat? Right? Can anybody in the chat tell me what Ham, Shem, and Japhet mama name was? Who is the wife of Noah? Right? They say Ham, Shem, and Japhet, right? And out of the Ham produces the dark races, right, of the world, except the Negro. Right? Anybody know Ham, Shem, and Japhet mama name? The wife of Noah? Do y'all know the heritage of Noah's wife? Uh-oh, man. Y'all about to be sick. Y'all about to be sick. Watch this. Because Noah's wife, right? This supposed man, Noah, had a wife who birthed him 3 children who we know in the story as Ham, Shem, and Japhet, right? But what's Noah's daddy name? Noah's daddy name is Lamesh. But remember, they are sons of Seth. But remember, there are sons of Cain on the earth too. And at the same time, there was a Lamesh, who was the son of Seth. There was a Lamech, who was the son of Cain. At the same time, there was a Enoch of the sons of Seth. There was a Enosh of the sons of Cain. Right? When there was a Methuselah of the sons of Seth, there was a Methuselah of the sons of Cain. Y'all following me? Well, let's go into this history of Noah's wife. What have I told you? Noah's wife was a thought. Ooh, yeah, you an Israelite, right? You claiming all that Ham, Shem, Japhet, and all? Yeah. Well, let's see where your grandmama lineage come from, right? Because remember, Cain, at the same time, Noah's daddy is named Lamech, right? We're going to find out Nama's father is named Lamesh. Watch this. This is Nama's secret. Now, this is from the book called The Lost Book of Lamech, right? And Lamech of Cain. The Lost Book of Lamech of Cain, right? Not Lamesh. I mean, Lamech, not Lamech, Noah's daddy, but Lamesh, Noah's wife daddy. Let's go and see what's going on the earth. Mind you, this is pre-flood. Let's see what's going on with Ham, Shem, Japhet, mama. If you an Israelite, take this into account, right? You claiming that Hebrew stock from them tribes, take this into account. This your grandmama. Nama's secret. And Lamesh had a daughter, right, by his wife Zillah, named Nama. Watch this. And Nama was born pale, and not with the complete mark of the line of Cain. Right? So the complete mark would have been fully born white. So they saying that the mark of Cain is white skin, not black skin, white. Right? She almost had the full complete mark. She was almost all full, what you would call modern day Europeanish. Watch this. Watch this. They saying that the mark of the line of Cain is pale skin. Now watch this. Nama was beautiful and pleasant before the eyes of all, and known in the city of Enoch. Does anybody know where the city of Enoch is? If you know where the city of Enoch is, right, put it in the chat. Oh, y'all ain't know nothing about Nama. I'm going to blow your cap. She got her own book that they took out of the Bible. But wait, oh my God, wait till I'm about to read to you. Right? And watch who she kin to. Watch this. Hold on, this get interesting. Oh, but first, do y'all know where the city of Enoch is? The city of Enoch, let me show you. It's T-Iknatlan. Huh? T-Iknatlan. T-Enoch Titlan. With the temple of the sun. This is the city of Enoch. Built by the giant Ahuan stock and the giants. Because see, there's a Ahuan stock that went on to produce niggas like me and you. But then there's a Raphaim. And then out of the Raphaim, who told man to call them gods. And out of the Raphaim are some of the Raphaim who are large men, right? Some of the Raphaim circumcised themselves, or hence fell away, and are called Nephilim. So Nephilim and Raphaim are the same exact people. The only difference between a Nephilim and a Raphaim is the Nephilim circumcised themselves, or hence fell from being worshipers of Baal, blah, 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 blah. This consternation between Enoch and Og caused the 100,000 giant war and precipitated the actual death of the Raphaim race before the flood. Right? Before and during the flood. But this is the great city of Enoch. Iknatlan. Right? But let me go back to this. Right? Where was I at? Where am I at? Hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay, hold on. Let me share this. Right? So now we know where we at in the world. Right? We're in the Americas, in Mesoamerica, with the great megalithic builders. Right? 25,000 years ago. Nama was beautiful and pleasant before the eyes of all, and known in the city of T-Iknatlan for her singing. Now look, Lamesh, Jabal, Jubal, and Tubal Cain. Then all warned Nama of the sons of God. We're going to show you that the sons of God are the Nephilim. They had taught men to praise them as God. But who is Nama? She is the brother of Jubal, and Tubal Cain. Now, if you know anything about masonry, anything about building, anything about that black and white checkerboard on the floor, or those two pillars standing up on side, well, then y'all know about Jubal and Tubal Cain. But look, did y'all know that these are these are terrible people in the Bible, right? Did you know that they Noah's wife's brothers? These are Noah's brothers-in-law. Tubal Cain is Noah's brother-in-law. Let that sink in. And Lamech, her daddy, Jubal, and Tubal Cain, her brothers, then all warned Nama of the sons of God. We're going to see that you can be able to substitute the word Nephilim, which are nothing but Raphaim, giants, right? Who taught men that they were to be praised because they were powerful, right? Watch this, though. The sons of God in the city of Enoch. And the sons of God, right, in the midst of the city of Enoch were mighty. They had power and authority, and they had their way with anyone, male or female, that they laid their hands upon. So we see that they are men, right, with the appendages of men and the attitudes and characters of men. So they just running around eating, raping, pillaging anything they wanted, right? And the sons of God showed man what? How to mix the blood and other abominations in the city of Enoch. The Nephilim, the sons of God, were extravagant and ruled over the city of Enoch with misery, and there was no rest in their hatred with this mystery. And I'm gonna get into the lost book of King Og, and this will even make even more sense, right? Why the land was so corrupt and wicked, because the people were so corrupt and wicked, and everything in the land was corrupt and wicked and hated on each other. But we're gonna get into that even further. Let's go. Right? And with this misery, they mocked men with songs, for the destruction of the wicked is singing. Na 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 boo boo. Don't you hate when a nigga says listen, the evils and the violence of the land. Let's talk about what's going on. 553 BC, or at the start of the Ark of Noah, right? 153 BC. And there was violence on the earth, and violence in all things. Y'all hear that? Not only was there violence on earth, everything was violent towards everything else. For there were less women, and men continually sought strange flesh for gratification. The wrath, right? So the wrath of the living things. Now, what this got to do with Ham, Shem, and Japheth mama, right? And who is the wife of Noah, right? Who they tell us go on to repopulate the planet. Let's keep reading. But we're going to show you the environment Nama came up in, right? Watch this. The wrath of the living things was a force that the earth had never seen. Evil spread like locusts, resting upon every part of the land, and there never will be evil such as that again. Same thing they say around the time of flood of Noah, right? Men, then, this is where we at in history, 553 BC, between 23,153 BC and 22 or 600 years later, 22,553 BC is when this story is taking place. Men, look, this is what's going on the earth. Listen, warning. The following information may cause cognitive dissonance. Fair use. Tighten your wigs down and batten the hatches. This is about to get ugly. I am warning you. If you don't really want to hear something, change the channel now, because this is about to get ugly, right? Men then, 22,553 BC, uncovered the nakedness of their fathers and their mothers. So they saying men slept with their mothers and their fathers. They uncovered the nakedness of their brothers and sisters and nakedness of their own children, right? So they forgot the laws of incest and all that stuff. They are living like beasts. And man approached their blood relatives to uncover their nakedness, basically to have sex with them, sharing all that was carnal within their own family. And the prize, listen, I know it's nasty, and the prize was to uncover a woman's nakedness or to have sex with a woman during her menstrual impurity. Huh? They were more carnal than any man who have ever walked the earth or ever since. For they did not have the understanding of man, for carnal men know. For carnal men know, and fools only understand. Watch this. Let's blow it up some more. Y'all not going to believe what this is about to say. Blood sacrifices were often with leaven, abomination. You can't give a sacrifice of leavened bread with blood. That's an abomination. Right? Blood sacrifices were offered with leaven. For the bread of the wickedness was fresh, and the wine, so the wickedness was fresh, and violence was like wine, intoxicating all the living. And curses, listen, and curses fell from the mouths of men and into the earth throughout day and night. And the earth was burnt from the wickedness and from the desolation grew as men cursed all. And the earth was burnt from the wickedness and the desolation grew as men cursed all, cursing their fathers, and women cursed their mothers. And all that lived cursed and blasphemed all. So everything that lived and cursed and blasphemed, killed, did anything, did it all to each other, right? For the wicked loved the violence with all of their souls, and violence covered them like a garment. Watch this. Remember, this is Lamesh. Lamesh warns Nama, who? The wife of Noah, right? Lamesh warns his daughter, Nama, of the sons of God. Watch this. And Lamech warned Nama with these words: beware the sons of God, beware the Nephilim, my daughter. Stay away from them, for their intentions to you are not of this earth, or are not pure. And this is how you know when they told you Nama was born pale like a white girl. This is how you know she a white girl. Because listen how she about to talk to her daddy. Man, listen, if you was black, you would have got beat up right now. You talk to your daddy like this. Look what she say to Lama. He said, now stay away from them damn Nephilim. I done told you about going over there. I'm telling you, don't make me come out there. But look what she say to him. And Nama said to Lamesh, Do you not govern all of this land with your Leviathan? Ain't you the big boss dog? Well, am I not safe if I eat bread and be merry with the sons of God? Well, can't I go over there with Tyrone and a little pistol shooter in them? Why can't I go over there? The hell with you, Dad. I'm going to go get drunk. I want to smoke tweeds with the sons of God. The hell with you, Dad. You can tell that was a white girl. See, well, don't you got your pistol? Ain't you a big boss dog, then? Well, then why can't I go over there and eat with them? What? But watch what happened. Remember, this: if you an Israelite, this your heritage. You claim you an Israelite of that Bible, you got to claim this too. So she said, am I not safe if I eat bread and let my heart be merry and get drunk with the sons of God, with the Nephilim? And look, and it goes on to say, Nama and the sons of God. And Nama was seduced by, listen, I told you, fair warning, fair use. And Nama was seduced by those, the large men, the great Ahuan stocks, the Raphaim, and those who circumcise themselves are called Nephilim, or hence sons of God, the fallen, right? And Nama was seduced by those whose genital organs were the size of a beast of the field and whose ejaculate was that of a horse. And Nama lusted after the sons of God, Nephilim. And Lamech and his son Tubal-Cain and his other two sons, Jabal and Jubal, all gnashed their teeth and ground their jaws and dreamed of death and revenge upon the who? The who? Why is Cosmon calling the sons of God Nephilim? Because Nama lusted after the sons of God who were the Nephilim. Tubal-Cain, Jabal, and Jubal was upset about it, that their sister is getting lost and turned out by somebody who got a tallywhacker the size of a horse. He ramming all. And look, and Nama did worship the Nephilim, the sons of God, as was the practice at that time. See, they was teaching people that they was gods, but really they was just men, large men who took advantage of their power, right? And she did practice divination, spells, and resurrection with them, right? Hold on, we got to go further. Hold on, am I in the right spot? Am I going to the right spot? Okay, let me go to this one. And continuing, and men in that time changed into beasts, and the beast changed into men. Let that sink in a second. That's exactly what's being explained in the Algonquin flood myth, also what's being explained in Owaspy. Beasts are turning to men, right? And man is so low that he is turning into the beast. There ain't no difference between the two. It's not like an actual man turned into a goat. No. Or a lion or a bear or something. No. By his character, by his nature, how he acted, you couldn't have told the difference between a savage, carrion eating buzzard and a man. That's what they're saying. And man, look at this. I'm telling you, it get worse. And men yielded to the beast and the birds to lie with them, and the men were raped mightily. And those those who existed between the land of the dead and the living, that mated with them as well. So there were spirits between the land of the living and the dead that mated with them also when they were raped and then hung on these trees. We see this later on in the lost books of King Og. And also, look, this is a beast. I want to tell you, this is one of the beasts of old, and is a flying beast. We also hear about this great beast in the Vedic tales of the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, called the Gantikwa. Now remember, these men are getting raped, right? And being mated with, right? And look who there. And the Gantikwa was among them. The Gantikwa was, the best I could explain it is like a dragon, but it's used as a war weapon, right? It's used in war, but it's an animal. Explained in the lost books of King Og. Also, we see this again in the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. This same thing called the Gantikwa, used as a weapon, right? During war, both times, in the 100,000 Giant War and in the Mahabharata. And the Gantikwa was amongst them, raping them too, some type of flying beast. And men came into the beast, and the beast came into men. And listen, and the earth groaned for all of the sexual deviancy. And listen, and Nama chose to lay with them. And they treated her as a whore. I ain't making it up. And she became a whore of the daughters of Cain. Ooh, we call these pink toes today. Oh, boy, this is a cave thing. You dig what I'm talking about? On the corner selling fruit cocktail. Them is the daughters of Cain. And the price for Nama, Ham, Shem, and Yafet mama, Noah wife, and the price for the imperious whore, Nama, was the price of a loaf of bread. And all, not a few, all of the sons, the Nephilim, right, the sons of God, committed fornication and lived with her and lived deliciously with her. For listen, why? Remember, she got a horse. She been rocking with these niggas, been ramming horse things up in her. You dig what I'm talking about? Putting that slab on her. You dig what I'm talking about? But why did all of them sleep with her? She had that WAP, that Gok 3000. You dig what I'm talking about? How you know, Cosmo? For Nama was both a deep ditch and a narrow pit. Ooh-wee, that's nasty. I told y'all ain't want to hear it. I told you ain't want to hear it. Keep claiming that biblical narrative. This where you come from. Your grandmama was a hoe, nigga. Get mad. And, because look, and she had that deep box. You know how the little skinny girls got that deep box with that little narrow. She was a deep ditch and a narrow pit. And as a whore, deriding a gift, she mocked the sons of God and Leviathan. Oh, so why they behind her? They tearing her up. She like, that little thing. What you doing with that little thing? That thing ain't doing nothing. What you punk ass boy, get off it. So they just trying to hit her harder. She using mind tricks on the Nephilim, yo. That's crazy. She derided him. And look, and one day Nama was in the open square, drunk with the blood of the sons of God, for they served it to her in ornate chalices. Now, there is a possibility that she was literally drinking blood, but I don't think that that's what's going on, right? When they talking about drunk with the blood of the sons of God, they talking about semen. You ever knocked a girl down so good? I'm sorry, y'all. You ever knocked her down so good she got cum drunk? Where she talk from, she slobber. You did what I'm talking about. She don't know. She be just talking crazy, trying to fix you a sandwich. Legs not working. That's called being cum drunk. That is being drunk with the blood of the sons of God. If you a real one, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't know, if you think I'm being pseudo, right? Either you ain't got your back beat out, or you ain't a real one that beat somebody back in. Because cum drunk is actually real. I didn't see them talking crazy, just saying anything like they speaking in tongues. That's called being drunk off the blood, right? And Lamech, right? He saw her, his daughter, Noah's wife, and wondered with great admiration. For giants and men, and so giants, Raphaim, and regular men, and the sons of God, Nephilim, who are just circumcised of Raphaim, so they both giants, all mingled with Nama. They all running up in her. She wore gold and pearls. Listen, who? She wore gold and pearls and sat up on the water. Ain't this the whore of Babylon? Huh? Didn't the whore of Babylon wear gold and pearls and sat up on the water and all this? Show Israelite mama, nigga. Keep rocking with that Bible. This is what you got going for you. And the whore, Nama, Noah's wife, right? The son of your forefather, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, right? Wore gold pearls and set up on the waters. And she was loved by all, and none saw desolation. What? Desolate. When she was near, and those that wanted to tear, when she was near, and those that wanted to tear her clothes from her and eat her flesh, all had a change of heart when they looked in her eyes. So she must have had them first blue-eyed blonde hair. And she took a harp and walked about the city of Enoch, singing like a forgotten whore. Pound Town just left Pound Town. Oh, not now, ma. Yeah, booty hole brown. She just left Pound Town. She walking around singing. And none of them remember how she had sang before. Right? Now, Lamech, watch this. Look how weird what's going on. Look at the times. And Lamech was troubled, for he could not stop Nama from hoeing with the sons of God. And the Leviathan, right? I didn't read this part, but it's in the earlier part of the book. The Leviathan, which is a sea creature, right? Who he had trained. He was taught by another giant named Uval, right? To use this Leviathan, right? But he couldn't stop them. He ruled the land with Leviathan over everybody else, right? But when it came to the sons of God, why couldn't he do nothing? Why? Because the Leviathan would not smite the Nephilim. Why? Because the Leviathan knew, nigga, the sons of God, the Nephilim can kill him. Then you got to understand how primal you must be that a natural wild beast is afraid of you. Even when your master tell you to attack it, you like, nah, cuz I'm not going against dog. He gonna kill me. Mind you, this Leviathan is Lamesh's lapdog. He do everything else, but he won't attack these sons of God. So Lamech ain't know what to do, and he was troubled deeply. And Lamesh groaned in himself and to a grave, and he went to a grave and a large stone that lay in front of it. And Lamech asked the Leviathan to remove the stone, and the air stunk. So he all in his feelings. He don't know what to do. He go to a old cemetery and tell the Leviathan to move the stone. Some stanky air come out of the sepulcher, and he goes in. Right? And Lamech raised his eyes to the Leviathan and said, Leviathan, I thank you that you have heard me, and I know that you hear me always. And Lamech laid himself down on the bones of another and wrapped himself in the grave clothes, in a stinking ass decaying man. He laying in a grave, wrapped in his clothes. And he said, I may as well be dead, for my daughter has gone the way of the sons of God, right? So he ain't here feeling bad about himself because his daughter out there hoeing, right? Let's go look some more. We got to get into this story, right? And hold on. And Lamech then laid peacefully in the grave. And when he knew what to tell Nama, he came forth, bound hand and foot with grave clothes. So he walking out of there with the grave clothes still on. And then he loosed him and let go of them. For he loved Nama with his heart and forgave her for all, saying, I will call Nama a whore no longer. For she will be she will be the last of her kind, and I shall prepare her for it. Right? Listen. Now, in all of her fornication, they talking about the wife of Noah. In all of her fornication with the Nephilim, sons of God, Nama never conceived, and she was never killed by bearing a giant, right? So when you had children by the Rephaim or the sons of God, the Nephilim, the child was so big he bust out your stomach and killed you, right? Which was what women did at that time, right? Nama's flesh was then corrupted, for the ways of the sons of God, the ways of the Nephilim, are not the ways of man, or not man's ways. And Nama, this is now, look, notice these dots. There's a lot missing because it don't tell you how he got her to stop tricking, right? With this corrupted flesh, which meaning her DNA has been changed, right? Or she already got the mark of Cain, right? But notice something happened here that we don't get. This is from the fragmented text. We don't get that part. But Nama eventually she put away childish things. What? And then later she met who? Who she meet later? Noah. Now, before Noah, right? Before Noah and Nama wed or got married, Lamech instructed Nama to not tell Noah that she had been hoeing with the Nephilim since she was little, in her youth. Don't tell her you was a thought. Don't tell Noah that. Don't tell him you was a thought. Time enough had passed. You know, leave your hoeing days in your hoeing days. And Noah did not know of whom Nama had lain with. So they hiding this tricky shit. And her daddy pimping her out there to Noah, right? For Noah sought a wife. Noah sought a wife that was upright. right, and pure, and Nama was none of those things. And none of those things were available to Noah at that time. And look what they go on to say. Nor was Noah upright and pure, for all on the earth was corrupted. And Noah, look, and Noah and Nama had 3 sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, right? And look, Ham, the African, was the palest of her children from the mark of Cain that he carried. Oh, that's your so-called curse. From Cain ancestry, straight from your hoe ass mama. Dang. And Ham, the African, was the palest of her children. And the corruption that Nama fostered in secret from Noah and others, are they not told in the first book of Nama? So if there's a first book of Nama, guess what there also is? A second book of Nama. I told you, these stories get way deeper than what they tell us. Right? Stories get way deeper than they tell us. That's the lost book of Lamesh of Cain. These are stories of the sons of Cain. Right? This is crazy. Dig what I'm talking about? This is crazy, man. I've been on here, dang, about 4.5 hours. I'll drop the link again. Anybody want to come in or want to answer any questions or ask any questions or just, build on the live or whatever. You dig what I'm talking about? Just want to build or whatever. Hold on. I'll drop the link in real quick. Lamech from Cain is not Lamesh from Seth. Correct, Benny Brand. Lamesh, right, is not Lamech. Right? Noah's father is named Lamech. But of the line of Cain at the same time, there is a Lamesh. Now we have his book. They took these books out of the biblical text. You dig what I'm talking about? Yes, the plot is just thickened. The ancient Israelite mama is a Thotamus Rex. Now, how you go on and say you Israel then, Cosmon? Oh, you got to explain that. Well, see, once you know that Israel means a praiser of the Great Spirit, and that you would never have been warring or killing or eating meat or doing any of that crazy stuff, that lets you know that them people, and then the simple fact that when you left Egypt, when the real Israelites left Egypt, they went west. Who I got up in here, Daryl Cosmon in this thing. Well on, bro. Whoa. What I just do? How did I do that? I don't know what I just did. Hold on, Daryl. I can trying to get to you, bro. How the hell do I shrink this thing back down? Hold on 1 second, bro. Just hold on for me. Don't hang up. Okay. Why is this looking like this? It's got to stretch so far across the screen, I can't see nothing. Why is it doing that? Hold on.
Yes. And according to Michigan state law, you're allowed to do that.
Hold on.
Hey, peace, bro. Can you hear me? I can't hear anything. You talking? Man, I can't hear anything.
Bro,
Oh, what's up? What's up? Can you hear me now?
man, dog, there was I don't know how I did that, but I blew the screen up so big that I couldn't see anything.
Oh,
Who
that's
who is
wild.
it? Benny, bro, stop, bro, before I get up here and slaughter you, kill you with your God.
No, that's why I got on here, man, because he got a lot he got to say. So I'm gonna call him out right now, bro. Hop on this panel, man, and get off your chest what you got on your chest.
Yeah, go ahead, hit the link, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Obviously, you must have not understood that I told you that I got the book from Lamech from Cain. You ain't got it. You don't know nothing about it. You just suffering from cognitive dissonance. That's why you hurting in your little emotional feelings. Stop playing with me, bro. Just because you one of the fake Israelites too who serve a pedocidal demon, nigga, I'll shut you down. Bring your God off the porch. All that barking you over there doing. Little dog. Meow, 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 meow. That's what your barking sound like. Remember, Benny, we know your scholarship. We know everything you think you know. Right? And ain't none of us scared. We will slaughter you as long as you're willing to put your God on the line. Chapter and verse. No feelings, no emotion. Right? We got that story too, just me. On this story here. Right there. First breed of livestock. Actually, Tubal Cain is not the first breed of livestock. It is his father, Lamesh, who is the first breeder of the livestock. He bred the Leviathans. Tubal Cain was the first metal worker. Correct. All right, here we go. You dig what I'm talking about? We can set this thing up, get your God punched in the face. You dig what I'm talking about? We don't want to do that. We want to debate, is your God a pedocidal demon? If you're not willing to take that debate, then what is we even talking about? Is your God a child-killing terrorist? Right? And we want you to defend that and tell us why that's good, and we're going to go in the opposite way. Peace, family. What do you say? Creator or be with you. This is a fire live, and I will listen. I got work early tomorrow. Yeah. Shout out to you, Elijah 7. Dreadful Cosmon. I see you. You dig what I'm talking about? Listen, he's so stupid. Look, I explained this before you got on here. Slow gas. Lamech is Lamech and Lamech is not. Prove it. You ain't got a book to prove it.
Yeah, there that boy go.
There you go. What up, Benny Brand?
What's going on?
What's going on?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
What's happening? All right. Well, there's a lot of chatter going on. We're gonna get to the truth, or what we talking about?
All right, we gonna get to the truth, right? We got obviously something came up in the chat. You and your feelings emotional. You must have not already seen.
This has nothing to do with no feelings. We're gonna get to the truth. We're not gonna no ad homs, none of that. Let's get to the truth.
All right, but you and your emotions about something else, about some information that are already exposed.
I'm not emotional. I'm not emotional about anything. I'm listening to what
how you not emotional about anything, man? You got mad emotional. You got mad emotional with me, bro. If you
want to diagnose me, call a doctor. I'm only here for the truth. You're talking about
no, we hear okay, but we hear about you crying because you came in here.
No.
Why did you say this then, Benny? Look at the screen. Why did you say
that? I'm going to let you talk, and you ask me a question, then I answer it. I'm not here for no nonsense. I'm here for the truth.
Benny, sir, why did you say that? Look at what's on the screen.
Because you connected this Lamesh to the children of Israel.
No,
that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here.
Listen,
you're saying that this woman. Wait a minute. You're saying that this woman, Naamah, is the grandmother or whoever of the children of Israel. That's what you're saying.
Facts.
I heard
that's
you.
what the text say.
Well, how is she? How is she connected to the children of Israel?
She is the mother. Listen, you obviously wasn't listening.
I am listening.
Well, then why are you saying Lamech from Cain and Lamech from Seth is two different things when I told you that from the beginning of the book?
Because I'm telling you that she is not connected to the bloodline to the children of Israel.
Well, the book just proved you wrong.
No. The Bible,
the primary source.
The Bible. Listen, no. The primary source.
The primary source that
okay,
showed
let me show.
Wrong.
Let me show you a primary source. Go to Genesis chapter 5 in the Bible, and see if we're talking about the same person.
We are talking about the same person.
No, we're not. No, we're not. The Lamech from Cain. The Lamech from Cain that you're talking about.
Right.
That married Naamah. Okay.
No.
He had two wives.
No.
He had two. Listen.
No, Naamah is his daughter.
Listen. I'm telling you that Lamech that you're talking about from Cain is not the same Lamech that you're talking about from Seth. If you go to Genesis,
that's what I told you.
Okay, so I'm saying that she's not
related. So
why
are you saying that when I told you that from the get-go before I ever even got in the book?
Listen to what I'm saying to you, brother. Listen to what I'm saying.
Hold on. Listen. Wait. You're not gonna talk over me on my stuff, bro. Just chill out for a minute.
Listen.
No. I'm not gonna listen. Just be quiet.
Okay, you're wrong then. You're wrong.
Hold on. Well, just be quiet and let me be wrong. Look, the book itself is called Lamech of Cain. We don't need your limited understanding on that. It's right on the cover. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You done came in here half-cocked on some BS trying to, I don't know what you on. It don't matter what you on, really. All I'm trying to tell you is the book is from Lamech of Cain, not Lamech of Seth. We're not talking about Noah daddy, Lamech. We talking about the son of Cain or the son of Methuselah, Lamech. Two different people. Lamech has a daughter named Naamah, who goes on to marry Noah and is the mother of Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Do the Israelites come from Shem, sir? Your mic is muted. I'll unmute the mic for you. Do the Israelites descend from Shem?
Listen, bro. Are we going to have a dialogue here? Or
that is a yes.
If we're not getting to the truth,
they do descend from Shem. So this is how Naamah plays into the story. She the mother of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and the wife of Noah. But that doesn't
ducked out, man. You ducked out.
Yeah. That doesn't exclude her from being the daughter of Lamech, who is Cain. Remember, she is Canaan. She one of the daughters of Cain. Born almost paid. Right? So she is descendant of Cain. Her father is named Lamech. What you gonna show me that she ain't? That's from a primary source. We just read it. Right? Everybody know Naamah married Noah. You dig what I'm talking about? So if they can't take that pressure, that straight heat, man. This is why they run. Now get back up here, bro.
I want to talk to the brother. I want to have a conversation with the brother about him calling me a demon. That's what I want to talk to him about.
Get your little scary ass back up here.
He got in his emotions on that.
He was in his emotions
on YouTube.
He went
calling
emo.
Calling me all kinds of demons. So come on, talk to me about that, man.
He emo. You dig what I'm talking about? Get your sensitive ass back up here. Stop running. But learn how to watch your mouth and control your mouth. We talk one at a time over here. We ain't on that niggery like wherever else you be at. We have decorum and control.
Hey, Benny, come on back in here and holler at me, man.
Yeah. All that stuff from the chat. Now look, you got 1 minute to hit that line. Or I'm gonna just have one of these boys snipe you and block you. Because I don't care if you hear or not. But you can come on and get your smoke or doing whatever you want to do. You dig what I'm talking about? Come catch some smoke or have a conversation with the brother, whatever you gonna do. But stop running. You in the chat doing all that talking, ain't nothing wrong with your fingers. Hit that line and hurry up. You got about 30 seconds, or I'm gonna get my Cali Connect to snipe you.
Hey, Benny, come on in here.
You ain't
Come on
gonna
back
be
in
able
and
to
talk.
hit. You ain't gonna be able to hit the chat.
Come on back in and talk to me real quick, Benny. Come on,
I'm gonna
bro.
force you to come up here. I'm gonna have the Cali Connect snipe you. He's so stupid. He still think Lamech of Cain and Lamech of Noah is the same person. Boy, they're two different people. Two different lines. One of them, Lamech of Cain's daughter married Noah, nigga. Get over it. This is the mama of Ham, Shem, and Yafet, and she got 2 books in your Bible. Look, hey, somebody snipe him in the crowd real quick. Time him out real quick. You either gonna hit the link and talk like a man and take all that emotion out, or you ain't even gonna be around here because you got to be real first. Right? You got to be real first. You dig what I'm talking about? Hey, go ahead and snipe him. One of my moderators, man, get him up out of here, man. Either you gonna hit the link or you ain't. Go on, snipe, cuz. You dig what I'm talking about? Shoot him in his face.
Benny, go and hit that link. Come holler at me real quick, Benny.
Hit that link. Nigga, fuck your book, bro. I ain't telling lies on your book. I ain't said nothing about Bible. That book trash, and so is your God. The book trash, and so is your God. You should throw both of them away. No, actually, I would keep the Bible and throw the God away. You gonna hit this link or you ain't? You dig what I'm talking about? Come on up here, get your smoke.
Yeah,
We got snipers on the roof. We don't do no whole bunch of talking. And then when we do talking, we don't talk over each other.
Right.
Not on my channel.
If he ain't gonna hit the link, then I'm gonna go on and ride out in a few minutes then, because I got on here to talk to him.
Yeah, go on hit the link, man. We know you listening. You got a quick 30 seconds. You got a quick 30 seconds. He timed you out. He hit the link before. He was tough. He was tough too. He got to explain that all that dumb shit that he was talking about is not about Lamech of Noah in the Bible. Nigga, it's about Lamech of Cain. Yeah, something you don't know about. You ain't got no book on this. You don't know what Lamech did. You don't know his homeboy name. You don't know nothing. You don't know when it happened. You don't know anything. You don't know when this happened historically. Nothing. As a matter of fact, your God invented everything in 3761 BC. They say your flood and all that stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? So the same time the founding of Egypt would be happening, I guess Lamech or Cain would have been existing on the earth, because that's even before Noah's time. That's what it is, man. Stop being like that. Stop being scared. Hit the link. Come on, talk. I don't do what? Button pushers. I do truth. Well, shut up and push a button with your lying ass. I bet you gonna be a coward, or you gonna hit a button and hit up here. I guarantee you a button pusher. Got the Spartan 300. Fra. Shout out to the 4 horsemen, man. Daryl Cosmon in the house, young Donatello, man. 1-4 for the horsemen, man. Creative Gang is in the house. You dig what I'm talking about? What's going on, bro? Talk to me for a second. Can you hear me? Daryl Cosmon, can you hear me, bro? Yeah. I don't even think I don't even know Daryl even here no more. But it is what it is, man. He got Wesley. Crazy. You dig what I'm talking about? Crazy. Lamech of Cain is not even recognized in the genealogy of Adam to Noah. Guess what? Because guess what? She's not in the line of Adam. That would mean he married one of his cousins or his sisters or something. Oh, okay. He on the phone? Okay. All right. Right. We're not talking about the Nama that's in the genealogy of Noah. I'm talking about Nama that's in the genealogy of Lamech, who is a son of Cain. Right on the cover. Hold on, hold on, let me show you. Where is this? How do I pull this back? Let me see. See if I can share this real quick. Hold on. Watch this. Go up here to the cover. What's the book called? Slow gas. For all of them who real slow gas. So why is you coming up here to tell us this is Lamech from Cain? This is not even recognized in the genealogy from Adam to Noah. So what? It would have been after Noah. Because remember, this is Noah's wife. Yeah. Slow gas. We already know this is Lamech of Cain. It's right on the cover. We're not talking about Noah daddy, Lamech. Lamech and Lamech are two different people with two different genealogical lines who go on and do two different things. Lamech has a daughter named Nama. Lamech go crying to Methuselah because he say Noah look like a cracker, a white boy. Yeah, he in the chat, but I bet he won't hit this line. I bet that. I bet he a button pusher.
Hey, I'm back, bro. I was on the phone. My bad, man.
Yeah, Shorty came in, right?
He did?
You know, your daughter said you was on the phone.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? I just had to show this. You dig what I'm saying? Because, you know, people just be crazy, bro. They be crazy. You dig what I'm talking about? Bro, we talking about something your Bible don't even talk about. None of this that we talking about is even in your Bible. So why is you even talking about? What? Because you're not talking about what we talking about. We know about the line of Cain, but this is information that once was in your Bible that's not in there no more. That if you ain't rocking with a faith, you don't even know this exists. You lying. So what? This is the line of Cain. This is what we're trying to tell you. That from the line of Cain, they birthed Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Yeah. Deal with it. The great-great-grandmother of your Israelites was a whore. The people who descend from them tribes of that book that you tied to, she's a whore. The mama of Ham, Shem, and Yafet is a Thotimus Rex. And you can't even go in your Bible and show that. Right? No, and then Jared and Enosh, they go on to birth Noah, who marries Lamech's daughter, Nama. The mother of Ham, Shem, and Yafet is Nama. Ain't no way to get around that. Yeah. Yeah. Show us Nama ain't the mother of Ham, Shem, and Yafet. That's what you do. Right? Right? Cause he talking about zero connection and can't get. I got a whole book about Lamech. You dig what I'm talking about? You can't show me nothing, bro. You gotta hit the link. We don't do all that chatty patty in the chat. I'm gonna tell somebody to zap you again till you hit this line. Hey, somebody hit his top, man. Somebody hit dog top, man. Go ahead, time him out for a little bit till he hit the link. He got my boy Daryl Cosma around here looking crazy.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. No, I ain't finna be in no chat, man, just going back and forth. You got something on your chest and you want to talk about it.
That's why I'm saying y'all zapping. Somebody hit him. You dig what I'm talking about? Time him out for a minute. You dig what I'm talking about? Scared of truth. How we scared of truth? You won't hit the link.
I must have scared him away with my avatar, so I changed it for him. Come on, man. Come on, Benny B. Come on, holler at me real quick, bro. Just real quick. We would have been done by now.
Man, he just got hit.
I just wanted to talk to him. That's all.
Yeah, I see you got a phone call. Damn.
I guess not, man. I guess not.
You ain't gonna hit the link. He done got whacked. You can't post. So what you doing? Hit the link. Yeah, you gonna get some act right. You gonna get some act right. Or you ain't gonna be around here. Came up to tell us this is the Lamech of Cain, not the Lamech of Noah. Duh. We reading from the book of the Lamech of Cain. Yeah. Funny. You dig what I'm talking about? Funny. Right? Benny had the jet. Benny had the jet. That boy won't hit that link, man. I ain't even gonna keep you long, Daryl Cosma, man. If y'all learned something good up out of this, man, today, before the sucker shit came in at the end, man. If you learned that these niggas that always trying to talk about, oh, do we Israelite this, that they grandmama's a hoe, nigga. She was up here getting tossed up by them boys that had them things long as horses.
Hold on. Abraham was banging his half sister.
Come on. This ain't no far-fetched. You dig what I'm talking about? This ain't no far-fetched. Y'all been marrying in y'all family and been having incest. And before this, you got to remember Ham, Shem, and Yafet had wives and they went into their own kids and had sex with them.
Come on. That's what they don't want to talk about.
Or they had sex with their brother's children, their nieces and nephews. This is what y'all don't want to talk about. It's plain. You dig what I'm talking about? We ain't gonna keep talking about it. But look, Daryl Cosmine, man, this dude ain't gonna hit the line, man. He got enough time to do all that chatting, all that typing from the chat, but he won't hit that link.
Yeah, he ain't gonna hit the link, man. I'm gonna slide out and get back to life, man. He like I say, you know what I'm talking about, he was making the little comments on YouTube, calling me a demon and all this other little riffraff. I just want them to go ahead and holler at me about it right here, right now. You know what I'm talking about? I ain't gonna be on YouTube and in the chat going back and forth with you on some type shit. You know what I'm saying? Let's meet up, talk about it, man, and have a dialogue about that. See what I'm saying? But he ain't on here doing that. So he just want to be what you call a keyboard thug. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
Chat warrior. You dig what I'm talking about? The crazy part is last night he was up there D-riding everything, agreeing with everything that I was saying. When I came up there and checked the little dumb boy on the Lion's Den about lying on the name of the creator. You dig what I'm talking about? But he was up there agreeing with me the whole time. But now you got something to say? Watch your mouth, sucker. You got the right one, bro. Cause I'm not even gonna address you. But since you coming over here dealing with Cosmine, boy, bring your God outside. If Jacob can whoop him, what I'm gonna do to him?
Wild, man. Hey, wonderful lesson tonight, brother. Wonderful lesson tonight. I did learn a lot, man. And I know that some years ago we used to have talks about the INs and the drugs because, you know, admittedly it was something some years ago I was even struggling about. And it wasn't on the same level that the way the Hebrew Israelites see it. It was on the way that I was trying to see things objectively, man. But it makes a whole lot of sense when you compare the albino with today's European. It's obvious that today's European is not what's being described.
Right.
You know, WASP. Plus these two ancestors of ours are extinct. They're very extinct. You see what I'm talking about? And then when you showed, I don't know, I had a phone in my pocket while I was listening, so I don't know if you showed the comparison pictures, but when you show the Europeans, man, the Europeans ain't white and gold. They blondes and dirty blondes and black hair and red hair and all that type of mixture. You see what I'm talking about? So they try to equate what social economically today is white with back then with what was objectively white and yellow. See, they slow gas.
Yeah, Benny slow gas too, and he a coward too, because he in the chat still, but won't hit that link.
Yeah, I'm
and why is he talking about the Bible? Nobody brought up Bible. We reading out the book of Lamech of Cain. Do you got that? Source the book of Lamech of Cain. We ain't talking about Lamech of Noah. We talking about Lamech of Cain. Source that. Cause we ain't in no Bible. I ain't said nothing about Bible all day. Ain't my fault that the mother of all the tribes is a whore. Right? Mother, you Israelite niggas is a whore. What you gonna do about it? I bet you won't come into a debate and bring your God with you. I bet you won't do that. Let God talk. Fuck your God, bro. I don't want to hear what your God got to say. All right? Mary Nama. This is what he trying not to. Ham mama is named Nama. Shem mama is named Nama. Yaphet mama is named Nama. The way the Bible tell it, she had triplets. Because in the 500th year of the life of Noah, Ham, Shem, and Yaphet were all born in the 500th year. So what? Who cares what you think? You not important, bro.
Yeah,
You ain't got enough fortitude to hit the link, man. I don't even.
He ain't hopping on. I ain't gonna even miss his ass no more. This is what one opportunity. I showed up so you can come on and holler at me, but he ain't gonna do it. So Benny, don't even say nothing to me, man, because I gave you the opportunity to do it right now, bro. Don't even holler at me, man. Don't holler at me, man. All right, I'm out, bro. Love and light.
Love and light, bro. Yeah, you know, suckers gonna be suckers all their life. You dig what I'm talking about? But they look bad in comparison to the real. You know what I mean? When you stand suckers like that up against dudes like me, you dig what I'm saying? They don't even compare. You know what I mean? They look bad. They be looking bad. Hold on, let me stop screen. All right. Let me go back here. You dig what I'm talking about? Go here. We got another great lesson, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah. This Lamesh ain't in the Bible, Goofy. This is what I keep trying to tell you, dummy. You got to read the book of the Lamech of Cain. You don't got that book. Who does the Bible say Noah married? Nama. Now, I'm antagonizing because I want you to come off the porch. I want you to bring your God off the porch. I want your God to talk to me. Let him speak to me. Right? Yeah, I know. It's terrifying. Right? But as always, man, this is Jehovah Chronicles number 124. Pan-Atlantis in the Lumerian Mythos. We done tied it all together. You dig what I'm talking about? This is what they can't do. And we ain't said nothing about no Bible all night till the goofies come in with the Bible talk. Hell with Bible and your God. You dig what I'm talking about? I don't really care. You know, your God gonna be the most hated anyway. So who cares what you talking about? Or any truth. I don't think your God told no truth. You would have to prove that. Right? So anyways, this was number 124 of the Jehovah Chronicles, man. We moving along fast, man. Right now, I'm about to throw these Ethereum goggles on, man. Go ahead and wrap me up a split-a-ting of this ether. You know what I mean? Some of this, I'm rolling up J out today, right? About to blast off into the ethers, man, to the Ethereum kingdoms. Until next time, this your homeboy. This the hostess with the mostest, Cosmon Cal, man. Hey, y'all breathe in. Let that light in. Because I'm Cosmon, and I'm out.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh, it's that Japheth, that Chow Mein, that Papa Bull, that Tao Mein, since sunset in the arc of Wayne. My brain moving like Tao Sang, so as above, it's so below. That up and that down thing, this flow is atmospheric. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing and current? See, the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ether. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police pop the pastor yesterday for pushing Puerto. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door stop. And the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air. Oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahuin is now a Angui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you making salat. Well, I'm a Israelite, I'ma make Emet the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air. Oh yeah.